Please shall we be upstanding to receive the procession of the celebrants, the vice chancellors, the keynote address giver, and all other special guests that are coming with the celebrants. So may we please be seated. Thank you very much. May we please be seated. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I please invite the University Chaplain, Reverend Dr. Joseph Nana Annan, to please give us the opening prayer.
Good morning. Shall we please stand as we take the opening prayer? Let's bow and pray. Almighty and everlasting Father, we give you all the glory, we give you all the praise, because you are the creator and the sustainer of this universe, and it is by your power that everything is. We thank you for this day. It is a day that you have made, and so we rejoice and be glad in it. Great is your faithfulness, O God, which is renewed unto us this morning. We say thank you, Lord. Thank you for traveling mercies granted unto our guests from far and near. Thank you for this gathering, which is an initiative by the Education and Skills Development Foundation Africa, working together with other organizations to make this possible. We thank you for all that will happen this day. But we especially thank you for the life of our celebrant, your child, who will be honored today. Thank you for the long life you have granted him, the good health, and for taking care of him till now. We bless your name for being with him throughout all the troubles that came his way, for conflicts that he went through, dividings without and fears within. Through it all, Lord, you were with him, and you have seen him through till now. We give you all the glory. We acknowledge that it is your doing. May your name be praised. We committing the entire ceremony into your care. We pray that take absolute control. May all be done to your glory, and let your blessings be upon us all here in gathered. These are many blessings we ask, through Jesus the Christ, who died and rose from the dead and reigns forever, now and forevermore. Amen. Amen. Please be seated.
The omnipotent God has taken charge, but of course there will be a vessel that I would have to use to shepherd the program to its conclusion. The programs you have a name already, but it suffices that we introduce that personality so that the guests around will get to know that personality appropriately. Known in private life as Daniel Kobina Botigati, the elders and kingmakers of Efutu nominated and installed him as the 16th king on the Utuano Royal Black Stool as the Efutu Oman Odefe of the Efutu traditional area on 20th January 1996. He became a member of the Central Regional House of Chiefs after his coronation from 2004 to 2008. He served as the Central Regional Representative at the National House of Chiefs. Nenjigate VII is an esteemed traditional leader and a scholar who currently serves as the Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba, and the Paramount Chief, that's Omar Odefe, of the Efutu traditional area. He has a robust academic background from institutions in Ghana, India, and Israel, to his dual roles. Since his installment in 1996, Nenjigate VII has been a transformative force for the Efutu state, fostering international sister city relationships and driving local infrastructure and healthcare development. Ladies and gentlemen, in April 2023, Nenjigate VII was inducted as the second Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba. As the Chancellor, he advocates for innovative integrity and the advancement of technical and vocational education and training to ensure that UEW remains a premier destination for teacher education in Africa, whilst deepening the bond between the gown, that is the university, and the town, that is the Winneba community. It is on these notes that I invite you to put your hands together for the Omar Odefe of the Efutu traditional area, Nenjigate VII. We will now invite Nenyi to give us his acceptance address. Nenyi, please let's continue with the applause for him. his speech. There's no speech. It's up for the court. They didn't give him his speech. So a brief one, just.
Good morning to you all. I'm much honored and pleased to be invited to chair this very important event. Knowing the honoree very well, having worked with him from the Traditional Council, we are pleased that today, out of his good works, academia has found it prudent to bestow on him this big honor. I accept this honor of chairing this event and pray that we all contribute to make it a very successful gathering. Thank you.
Please, let's do it better for Neni Gate. Chairing a great function such as this one is not an easy one, but he has accepted it to do for us this very great honor. The Wings Band will now give us the anthem of the University of Education, Winneba. Please, shall we be upstanding?
Thank you very much, the Wings Band from the music department. We are grateful. Please, you may take your seat. At this juncture, we are on the land of the University of Education, Winneba, and we need to be welcomed properly. I am honored to introduce the first gentleman of the University of Education, Winneba. He is our Vice Chancellor, a distinguished professor of wood science and technology. He has a deep knowledge and appreciation of education, especially Tvet. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Stephen Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba. You can do it better for him as he welcomes us to this honorable program.
Neigati, the 7th, Omahini of the Futu traditional area. Also the Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba. and the chairman of this special occasion. Distinguished guest speaker, Professor Tego, members of parliament present, government officials present. There are so many, and calling their names one by one would be a little bit problematic. I was trying to list them. I realized that I will not finish till the end of this program. So you are all welcome. Nanano, traditional leaders and religious leaders present, other government representatives at the national, regional, and local levels, members of the management team of the University of Education, Winneba, vice chancellors and their representatives present, deans, directors, heads of departments, policymakers, industry leaders, and development partners present, the Director General of NACA, Professor Bakwin, formerly a dean of one of my faculties, colleagues from academia, staff of the university, friends of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. In some time past, I had always had it very difficult mentioning the Jophus. I didn't know whether it was Jophus or Jophus, but I was corrected. It is Jophus, a nice gentleman. All of his friends here, you are welcome. Alumnus and students present, our friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. Good morning to you all. It is my great pleasure on behalf of the management, staff, and students of the University of Education, Winneba, to warmly welcome you to this historic gathering for the inaugural Jophus Anamuah-Mensah Annual Public Lecture on Tvet, Transformation in Africa. Today is not just about convening a lecture. It is about honoring a legacy and confronting a question that Africa can no longer postpone. Most especially if you look at the challenge of unemployment confronting our nation. We can no longer postpone that question. And that question is, how do we turn our youthful population into a skilled, productive force for transformation? And it is entirely fitting that we do so in this hall named after a man who helped answer that question long before it became fashionable. And his name is Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. Ladies and gentlemen, universities are not accidents. They are built deliberately by people with vision, courage, and persistence. Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah is one of those rare builders. Please, let's clap for him. We had a chat in the morning. They paid me a courtesy visit in the morning. And I told him some of the things that I admire about him, that I deliberately learned from him. I'm trying to be like him, but I'm not able to. But to some extent, I know I'm getting there. He is a man of value. He is morally, can I say upright? And he is ethical in all that he does. When I was reading the speech from the Vice Chancellor's Ghana, I read a portion that read, he's never thrown a blow before. He is a gentleman. As Vice Chancellor, he did not inherit a finished institution. He helped build the University of Education, Winneba, into what is today Africa's first university solely dedicated to teacher education. He expanded its reach, strengthened its academic credibility, and positioned it as a national and international reference point in education reform. And no wonder, he led the major educational reform that took place in 2002. And all other reforms that has occurred subsequently has just been revolving around the same thing. Just like talking about Newton's first law of, motion, second law, third law. Those laws has never been changed. All other laws revolves around it. He did not simply administer a university, he engineered relevance. This conference center stands as a physical reminder of that legacy. Naming it after him was not symbolic flattering. It was institutional memory. It tells every student, every lecturer, and every visitor that vision matters, leadership matters, and impact endures. Ladies and gentlemen, if there is one idea that defines Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah's work, it is this: education must not only certify knowledge, it must create capability. That statement captures the urgency of our time because for too long, our systems have rewarded theory over practice, certificate over competence, and prestige over productivity. But the world has changed. Today, economies are not built by what people know alone, but by what they can do with what they know. That is why his role in Ghana's 2002 education reform remains so significant. That document acted as a Bible to me when I was the Dean of Faculty of Technical Education, especially involving the master craftsmen in training our students. Whether we like it or not, when our cars spoil, we don't bring engineers to come and repair them. It is the master craftsmen that we send our cars to them to repair. So in training these students, why don't we bring them on to come and also share the experiences that they have, with the students? And I've been observing these recently. I've seen some of our students accompanying master craftsmen to work at various sites, and this helps them to acquire the needed skills that will enable them to fit into society. Can we clap for him? Ladies and gentlemen, let me put it plainly. Degrees without skills creates expectations. Skills without purpose creates economies. This is why this lecture matters. It is not a ceremonial exercise. It is a call to action, to rethink how we design education systems, how we value skills, and how we prepare young people for a rapidly changing world. It is our expectation that this platform brings together those who shape policy, those who drive industry, and those who produce knowledge to engage in honest, solution-oriented conversations about the future of Tvet in Africa. We want this to become more than an annual gathering. We want it to become Africa's thinking space for skills transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, as we sit in this hall, we fittingly named after a man who helped build this university and reshaped a nation's education system. we are reminded of a simple but powerful truth. The future will not be built by those who wait. It will be built by those who prepare. Let us therefore use this moment not just to reflect, but to act, to build systems that work, to invest in skills that matter, and to create opportunities that endure. On behalf of the University of Education, Winneba, I warmly welcome you once again to Winneba. You are most welcome. Thank you very much.
We can do it better for the Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba. He has said it all. He has given us a reason to honor a great man indeed, and we are honored to be hosting such a program. Let me remind you that this program is an initiative of SDEF, and it is also supported or in collaboration with the University of Cape Coast. We also have the Ministry of Education, the University of Education, Winneba, the Accra Technical University, Alsted, formerly Amstead, is also a collaborator. We also have TTEL, the Vice Chancellor's Ghana, UNESCO, and Prinkoff. Thank you very much for collaborating to help SDEF honor such a great man. At this juncture, I'll be introducing a man I call Daddy, because he has been an inspiration to a lot of us. He was the founding professor for ACODEL, initially IDEL. He is the Chief Executive Officer of SDEF Foundation Africa and an accomplished university professor. He has expertise in open, distance, and e-learning, developmental psychology, and distance education. He has led major consultancies and projects in educational program evaluation, quality assurance, and teacher education for institutions including the World Bank, UNESCO, and the British Council. He contributed to the development of national quality assurance guidelines for Ghana's colleges of education. He is also one who championed the distance education and e-learning in UEW from 2017 to 2022. He holds a PhD from the University of Nottingham, UK. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the CEO of SDEF Foundation Africa, Professor Francis Owusu-Mensah, popularly known as Daddy, Dada. He has led the foundation, and we are happy that he continues his good service in SDEF Foundation Africa. Oh, let's do it better for him.
Thank you very much, Sheila, for your kind words. And the list for the protocol is very tall. So, Nana Chair, Chancellor of this university, and Omahine of Futu Traditional Area, Nenyugati the 7th. I will stand on the existing protocol already established to deliver the rationale for organizing this lecture. Thank you very much. SDEF Foundation Africa is a non-governmental, non-profit making Pan-African organization whose passion is to see the youth on the African continent acquire employable skills so that they will contribute positively to the socio-economic development of the African continent. Our website is there, and you can get more information from it. SDEF stands for Education and Skills Development Foundation Africa. I am honored to share briefly the thinking behind the institution of the Jophus Anamuah-Mensah annual public lecture on Tvet transformation in Africa. This lecture emerges from a growing conviction, one that many of us gathered here have reflected on over the years. That African development trajectory will increasingly be shaped by quality, relevance, and dignity of the skills we build among our youth today. Across the continent, education systems continue to expand. Yet, we are also confronted with the persistent questions about employability, productivity, and the alignment between learning and the realities of our economies. Those that we train in schools, how well do they fit into the world of job? It's a major issue that we have to address, even as we turn out many and many of such graduates. Technical and vocational education and training therefore occupies a strategic place in our collective search for inclusive growth and sustainable transformation. It is within the broader context that ESDA Foundation Africa has worked to convene platforms such as the African Regional Conference on Exhibition on Education and Skills Development, which we normally refer to as ARCEDS. Through ARCEDS, we have sought to create spaces where policymakers, academics, industry leaders, development partners, and young people can engage honestly with the future of education and skill development on our continent. The institution of this public lecture builds on this journey. It represents a more reflective intellectual space, one that allows us to examine reform experiences, share emerging evidence, and deepen collaboration around Tvet transformation in Africa. It is also deeply fitting that this lecture bears the name of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. For many of us, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah is not only a distinguished scholar, as the VC has eloquently told us. He's a reformer whose leadership helped reshape the architecture of Ghana's education system. His role in the 2022 educational reform, as mentioned by the Vice-Chancellor, contributed significantly to the mainstreaming of technical and vocational education and training, and strengthened national attention to early childhood education, the two pillars that continue to influence educational thinking today. Many of us here, I know a number of us here, especially those at the high table here, have also had the privilege of learning from him directly, engaging with his ideas, as the VC has pointed out, or drawing inspiration from his quiet but firm commitment to educational transformation. In fact, I count myself among those who have benefited from him, from his counsel, from his mentorship, and from his example. His contributions have extended far beyond Ghana. Through his work in teacher education, research leadership, open and distance learning, and adversary engagement across Africa, he has consistently advanced they view that meaningful reform must be intellectually grounded, contextually relevant, and socially responsive. At ESDA Foundation Africa, we have had the fortunate to continue drawing on his wisdom as his role as the chairman of our International Advisory Board. His guidance has shaped our institutional philosophy, one that combines thought leadership with partnership building and practical implementation in advancing education and skill development for Africa's transformation agenda. This lecture, therefore, is not merely commemorative. More than that, it is intended to sustain a tradition of dialogue, reflection, collective responsibility among Tvet in Africa. It offers an opportunity to strengthen collaboration between government, academia, industry, and civil society, while elevating the status and attractiveness of skill pathways for our young children. That's our firm belief, that if you want the emerging youth on the African continent to be useful and to contribute to its growth, they need skills, employable skills. We are therefore grateful to the Ministry of Education, UNESCO, our university partners, Tvet institutions, industrial actors, and development organizations whose support makes this vision possible. Nana Chair, as we prepare to listen to the maiden lecture, I encourage all of us to engage actively, not only as participants in an event, but as contributors to a shared continental effort. The future of Tvet in Africa will depend on the strength of our ideas, the depth of our partnerships, and the courage with which we pursue them. Finally, in honoring the legacy of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, we also affirm a continuing responsibility to build education systems that expand opportunities, strengthen resilience, and unlock Africa's full human development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Owusu Mensah, CEO of SDEV Ghana. Please, let's do it for him once again. The list of dignitaries is tall, but we still have to acknowledge who we have to acknowledge. At this juncture, I'll be acknowledging the dignitaries and invited guests in our midst in no particular order. Let us please appreciate the presence of the Chancellor and then the Chief of the Efutu Traditional Area. Please, you can give it up for him. Neigate. We also have present here the Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba, Professor Stephen Jobson Mitchell. Please, let's give it up for him. I am not in the position to introduce the next person, but the next after Anori is our Registrar, Mrs. Ekua Abedi-Boafo. Please, let's give it up for her. We also have Professor Eric Anane, Director and Key Advisor, UCC and TTEL. Please, let's give it up for him. Professor Anane is here. We also have Reverend Professor Edwin J.J. Momo, VC, EBKUST, Sierra Leone. The Vice Chancellor is here. All the way from Sierra Leone. Prof. Momo, you are welcome. We also have Professor Aaron T. Asari. He's the Chairman of Chaplain UCC. Please, let's appreciate him. We also have Hadi Imoro Adam, the Secretary to the Vice Chancellor's Ghana. Please, let's welcome him. We also have in our midst Dr. Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, the Finance Officer of the University of Education, Winneba. Please, let's appreciate him. Thank you very much. We also have Dr. Christian Adey, NTC Registrar. Please, let's appreciate him. We also have James Baba Salifu from TTEL. He's the Regional Education Advisor. Please, let's welcome him. We also have George Appiah, Regional Team Lead from TTEL. If you are here, kindly give us a wave. Thank you very much. We also have Dr. Sam Ewuku, the Coordinator and Principal Advisor, Ministry of Education. Doc, if you are here, you are welcome. Representing the Minister of Education, he is also the Technical Advisor to the Ministry, a former Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, in the person of Professor George K.T. Odro. Let's appreciate him. The Vice Chairperson, Board of Directors of TTEL, Reverend Sister Elizabeth Amwakon-Ahe. Let's appreciate Reverend Sister. Dr. Prince Kofi Klugerson from CELTEL. He's the chairman. Please, let's appreciate him. And one of UW's own, Professor Samuel Ofori Bekoye from NACA, Director General. We also have Mr. Kwame Alovi, NTC Board Chairman. Sir, you are welcome. Another UW son, Professor Samuel Atintonu, Prinkoff, National President. Let's appreciate him. We have students and tutors from the Ghana National College in our midst. Kindly give us a wave. Kindly give us a wave. They did so well. Let's clap for them. The chaplain of the University of Education, Winneba, Reverend Dr. Nananan. Please, let's clap for him. We have Dr. Aisha Gomda, Deputy Inspector of Schools, Nasia. Please, you are welcome, madam. iTech Global, Mr. Arthur Mensah. Please, you are welcome. Please give us a wave. Thank you very much. We have some deputy registrars in our mess. Dr. Francis Na Akronu, he is the college registrar for our CODEL. Please, let's appreciate him. I've also seen the director of IRIS in our mess. Prof, you are welcome. Please, let's appreciate him. And all other professors, deputy registrars, and deputies who are in our midst, you are kindly welcome, especially our students who also made time to grace this occasion. At this juncture, we are going to take an interlude from the Department of Theatre Arts, one of the most vibrant departments in the University of Education, Winneba. Please, let's give it up for them as they entertain us.
coming from student of the theater department of the School of Creative Arts, University of Education, Winneba. Let's do it better for them. Yo, yeah, you are done. Eh? Yeah, you are done. Thank you very much. A little correction. The name of the finance officer of the University of Education, Winneba, is Theophilus Senyo Akoli. We got it wrong earlier, so just the correction is Theophilus Senyo Akoli. A couple of introductions that I have here to do, after which my colleague will come and then introduce the video that is next thing for us to watch. Mr. and Professor Mrs. Anamuah-Mensah. Anamuah-Mensah, did I get it right? Yes. You are pleased to welcome. Prof is proud of you. We have I hope I'm getting it right. Is it Professor Vincent Asamfo? Professor Vincent Asamfo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is the NACA Council Chairperson. NACA Council Chairperson. We have Professor Mark Appiah, President, CSIR Costs. Please, thank you very much for honoring this invitation. Then we have the family of the celebrant. Please be upstanding, let's acknowledge you. Please be upstanding, let's acknowledge you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for honoring the invitation. And backing, I call him my father, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. Thank you very much. Please take your seat. We have Engineer Isaac Bainin. Engineer Isaac Bainin, please give us a wave if you're around. And then we have the Regional Director, Tvet. Please, let's see your hand. Thank you very much. Sheila, you may please continue, and then, of course, take the next thing away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wuku. We also have in our midst Professor Michael Boachi-Yadom, UNESCO UCC Director General. Please give us a wave. Thank you, sir. Professor Mark Appiah, President of CSI. Sir, please give us a wave. He's here. Thank you very much. Professor Mrs. Georgina Odro. She is the head of the Department of Anthropology, UCC. That's if I got it right. Okay, you're welcome, Prof. We also have the National President of GAST and Headmaster of Adisadel College, Samuel Kofi Agudogo. Thank you very much, sir. We also have Mr. Seth Boche, Deputy Director, Ghana Tvet Service, Central Regional Directorate, and his team here. Please give us a wave, or continue waving. Thank you very much for coming. I will share a history about Adisadel later on. Thank you. At this juncture, we are going to have a video presentation from a man who wished he was here himself. He is the Assistant Director General of UNESCO in Paris. Please, if you are ready, if I am ready, if the media team is ready, let's listen to Mr. Mohammed El-Fanawani. Please, let's clap for the video.
Mensa Annual Public Lecture on Tibet Transformation in Africa. An initiative that not only honors an extraordinary reformer, but also inspires us to look boldly toward the future of skills development across this continent. This moment reflects a shared ambition across Africa to place the skills people need to work, to adapt, and to thrive at the very heart of development. This ambition is fully aligned with the African Union Agenda 2063, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, CESA, the African Continental Tvet Strategy, as well as UNESCO's Operational Strategy for Priority Africa. The urgency is clear. Africa is the youngest region in the world, with around 70% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa under the age of 30. Every year, between 8 and 11 million young people enter the labor market, but only about 3 million formal jobs are created. The world of work is also changing rapidly. Around 40% of jobs in Africa are exposed to automation risks. Climate change is reshaping economies and livelihoods, and demand is growing for digital and AI-related skills, green skills, and other human abilities such as analytical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and resilience. In the face of these challenges, the task for Tvet systems in Africa is clear: to expand opportunity, strengthen inclusion, and enable young people, women, persons with disabilities, and people in vulnerable and marginalized situations to build meaningful and resilient lives. This requires transforming how we design, deliver, and value Tvet, building systems that support lifelong learning, strengthen partnerships with industry, expand work-based learning opportunities, invest in teachers and institutions, and ensure better coordination across education, labor, and industry. Tvet must not be seen as a second chance or a fallback option, but a first choice, modern, dynamic, and connected to real opportunities. Tvet in Africa must be positioned to produce innovators, inventors, and highly skilled experts capable of addressing the continent's pressing development challenges. This means strengthening and modernizing Tvet institutions, equipping them with cutting-edge tools, and embedding innovation and entrepreneurship in Tvet systems. This is the vision promoted by UNESCO through the recommendation concerning Tvet and our strategy for Tvet. Systems that are inclusive, flexible, and aligned with labor markets, while also supporting lifelong learning and sustainable development. Most importantly, this is a vision that Africa has made its own. Through close collaboration with development partners and through flagship initiatives such as the Better Education for Africa's Rise project, the Capacity Development for Education program, the Global Skills Academy, and the Campus Africa initiative, UNESCO is supporting several countries across Africa to translate these ambitions into concrete action. Transformation does not happen alone. It happens through partnerships, through shared commitment, through collective action. It is about unlocking potential, expanding opportunity, and building more inclusive and resilient societies. This is the future Africa deserves, and this is the future we must build together. Thank you.
This is indeed the future we must all build together. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. A lot of us were looking at the gentleman that was signing. I don't know whether we were expecting to get detailed information from the signing, but he said it all. He is signing with a special skill. At this point, we have a representative of the Minister of Education in our midst. He is one person who has also risen through the ranks in academic and leadership in our universities. He was the former Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast. He was the Dean of the University of Cape Coast School of Educational Development and Outreach. He's also a technical advisor to the Minister of Education. Please, without much ado, let us welcome Professor George K.T. Ojo, representing the Minister of Education of our noble country, Ghana.
Nana Chairman, Nenyi Gate the 7th, with your permission, I would want to associate myself with all protocols earlier acknowledged. Now I read the minister's message. It is a privilege to join you at the inaugural Jophus Anamuah-Mensah annual public lecture on Tvet transformation in Africa. I commend SDEV, Foundation Africa, and its partners for creating this forum at a pivotal time when African education is focused on relevance, resilience, and renewal. For decades, our efforts centered on expanding access to education, but now the challenge is to ensure education equips young people not just with certificates, but with capabilities to innovate, produce, create jobs, and contribute to national development. Technical and vocational education and training, Tvet, is central to this mission. Nana Chair, Ghana faces demographic shifts, technological change, and evolving job markets. Young people seek dignity and opportunity, while industry needs graduates who are skilled and adaptable. These realities require us to reconsider how we structure education and build partnerships between government, academics, and industry. Ghana's industrialization depends on dignifying skills. This lecture fittingly honors Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, a scholar, institutional leader, and educational architect. As founding Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba, he established one of Africa's major teacher education institutions. His leadership at the University of Cape Coast enhanced academic planning, postgraduate education, and flexible learning pathways, showcasing his foresight. Professor Anamuah-Mensah has guided Ghana's education at crucial moments, chairing the President's Committee on Education Review, which integrated early childhood education into basic education and elevated Tvet as a strategic priority. These reforms strengthened national Tvet coordination, shaping policy today. He has always championed teacher education, emphasizing that the quality of teachers determines national outcomes. Through curriculum reform, international assessments, and strategic planning, he has kept Ghana's educational transformation research-based and forward-looking. As a ministry, we know Tvet transformation must keep evolving with national and global trends. Ghana has expanded infrastructure, strengthened competency-based training, and improved institutional coordination. Yet, further work is needed to enhance quality, deepen industry partnerships, develop instructors, and improve perceptions of technical careers. We must help young people make informed career choices, reinforce apprenticeships and workplace learning, and invest in innovation to prepare learners for emerging sectors such as digital technology, green industries, and advanced manufacturing. Platforms like this lecture, Foster Reflection and Partnerships, reminding us that educational reform is a continuous collaborative process. Nana Chair, I am encouraged by the continental vision of this event. Africa's education challenges are connected, calling for shared responses. We have opportunities to learn from each other in skills, forecasting, entrepreneurship, digital learning, and quality assurance. Ghana remains committed to collaborating with regional and international partners such as UNESCO, the African Union, development agencies, universities, and civil society to build responsive education systems. I acknowledge ESDE Foundation Africa's key role in fostering dialogue and collaboration around education and skills. Their continued engagement, including the Africa Regional Conference and Exhibition, highlights the value of partnership in advancing national and continental agendas. Ultimately, Nana Chair, Tvet transformation is about people. The young person seeking opportunity, the instructor inspiring learners, the entrepreneur creating jobs, and the nation building a resilient economy. As we honor Professor Anamuah-Mensah's legacy, we are reminded that real reform demands patience, evidence, integrity, and collective commitment. In conclusion, I wish to call on all stakeholders to make this annual public lecture grow into a leading platform for advancing skills development in Africa. I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
It is not easy to wear the shoes of another person. Please, let's do it better for Professor Odro for the wonderful delivery. Prof, we are so grateful. You did it perfectly. I am sure the long time we all be waiting for is this. But before I introduce the keynote address giver, there is one other person that we skipped during the introduction, Professor Irene Osho. She has worked with Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah at SACCOS for a very long time. Please, let's acknowledge her. Thank you, Prof, for coming and backing us. I am sure you all saw the poster and you know the keynote address giver already, but permit me to talk a little about him before he steps up the stage to make that wonderful delivery to us all today. Our keynote speaker is an emeritus professor of anatomy at the University of Ghana Medical School, a former vice chancellor of the University of Ghana, and a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. He holds a Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, MB-CHB degree from the University of Ghana in 1976. And a PhD in anatomy from the University of Leicester, in the United Kingdom in 1983. He began his working life as a house officer in the Department of Surgery and Child Health at Kolebu Teaching Hospital in 1977, and then a medical officer at Cape Coast Central Hospital between 1978 and 79. He subsequently joined the anatomy department of the University of Ghana Medical School, first as a demonstrator of anatomy and then lecturer in 1984. After which he rose through the ranks to become professor in the year 2000. During this period, he took visiting academic positions for teaching and research purposes at universities in Nigeria, the UK, the United States of America, and has published widely in reputable anatomy journals. Proud to his appointment as Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana in 2006, he served a few years as head of Department of Anatomy, Dean of the Medical School from 2000 to 2005, and Provost of the College of Health Sciences from the year 2005 to 2006. He was a member of several boards and committees of the University of Ghana and represented the medical school on the first two strategic plan committees of the university. Internationally, he has served as a member of the Council of Association of Commonwealth Universities, member of administrative boards of international associations of university. In 2011, he led the visitation panel to University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, at the invitation of the university's chancellor. He was also a member of the IAU team to assist Malaysia and the University of Botswana in the review of their internationalization strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, here in Ghana, he was chairman of the Council of the Center for Scientific Research into Plant Medicine, now Center for Plant Medicine Research, from January 2005 to March 2009. From 2012 to 2017, he served as chairman of the erstwhile National Council for Tertiary Education, now GTEC. He also chaired the committee that drafted the current tertiary education policy and was a member of the team that drafted the 2018 to 2030 education strategic plan. He also was the foundation chairman of the Vodafone Foundation Ghana, chairman of the Ghana Academy and Research Network, GANET, and served as a member of the council of the Anglican Church University College of Technology in Kuranza from 2018 to 2014. In 2008, he was awarded the State Honor of Officer of the Order of the Volta in recognition of services to higher education. The University of Ghana also honored him with a Doctor of Laws, LLD, degree for leadership and vision in the year 2013. Just last year, he received a Millennium Excellence Award for Mathematics and Science Excellence, especially in leadership and advocacy from the Millennium Excellence Foundation, whose patron is the Asantehene. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, and if you didn't mind a standing ovation, let us welcome the man who will be doing the very first keynote address for the Jophus Anamuah lectures. It sounds weak for me. Can we do better? Thank you, Prof.
Well, thank you very much for the kind words. Really very overwhelming for me. Distinguished chairman, who is also the chancellor of this great university, to which my friend Jophus has contributed so much. Nei Gate the seventh, right? I read from your short, biography that you attended Accra Academy. So I'll say Accra Bleo. unfortunately, I went to St. Augustine's College, so. I will stand on the established protocol because, as you know, it's a very long thing, and what you want to do is really listen to the little that I have to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me first to thank the organizers, SDEV Foundation Africa, especially the CEO, Professor Francis Owusu-Mensah, who I just learned is also called Dad, for the invitation to deliver this inaugural of the Jophus Anamuah-Mensah Annual Public Lecture on Tvet Transformation in Africa. I'm greatly honored by this, more so as the honoree, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, is also a very good friend of mine. In the past 15 years, we have worked together on a number of educational projects, most significant of which is the current National Education Strategic Plan, 2018 to 2030. And I can assure you, he provided impeccable leadership for that work. And when I describe somebody using such words, you know that that person is truly, truly right up there. I'm not known for hyperboles, no. So that team included me taking care of tertiary education largely, and Dr. George Afeti, who did most of the work on Tvet. I've come to respect Jophus more and admire him also for his deep knowledge and expertise in educational matters. So I'm not surprised at all by this honor that is being bestowed on you, Jophus. Congratulations. So, Mr. Chairman, in academic settings, we like to do PowerPoint presentations, and that's why I've got something there. It's not to show off that I know. But the plan that I have is to talk about to talk about a few things. Although the list appears a little daunting, because there are some 10 items there. Do I point this way or that way? Okay, so with a brief introduction, then we look at the demand for skills in Africa, then how we have reframed Tvet, and other issues related to the general theme of the lecture. Then, of course, finally, we come to a conclusion. Mr. Chairman, formal Tvet has existed in Africa since colonial times. More than a century ago, colonial governments established what they call trade and technical schools to provide skills in subjects such as carpentry, concrete and metal work, survey, agriculture and forestry, and clerical work in both Anglophone and Francophone countries. I think everybody here probably knows SECTEC at Takoradi. SECTEC was the very first trade school to be established in this country, 1909, and in Accra, then it moved to Takoradi. Since then, it's grown into that beautiful secondary technical school which has produced many of our engineers in this country. Now, graduates from the programs were needed for projects implemented by the governments. The colonial models and curricula remained in place well into the early post-independence decades. Side by side with this formal or school-based Tvet was the traditional apprenticeship model in the informal economy, where master craftsmen or craftspersons trained young people to acquire employable skills in an unregulated, non-standardized manner. In recent years, however, there has been a continent-wide recognition that in Tvet lies the answer to youth unemployment, and that unless new models and curricula are introduced to reflect and be relevant to local labor market needs, not much progress can be made by African countries. Transformation of technical and vocational education and training is one of the most strategic development levers of Africa's future and indispensable to its transformation. This transformation, Mr. Chairman, is not an academic exercise. It is both a development imperative and a social contract. As Africa prepares to harness the promise of its young population, Tvet must be repositioned at the center of national and continental strategies. This is a real challenge facing all African countries. But in recognition of this challenge, the African Union recently developed an African continental strategy for Tvet to foster youth employment, and this strategy has just begun from 2025 and is going to span to 2034. And this is to guide member states in their quest for an effective response to the unemployment crisis. This continental strategy addresses issues of sustainable development, social justice, and employability for all. Mr. Chairman, across the continent, more than 20 million young Africans are entering the labor market every year with hope and ambition, but with skills which very often are not responsive to the needs of the economy. Yet, too often, economies struggle to provide opportunities that match their energy, that's the energy of the youth, and their potential. This reality is not a failure of youth, it is a failure to build systems that equip young people with relevant market skills. In addressing the challenge, we see real evidence-anchored reform unfolding in countries like our own, Ghana. Ghana's experience not only reflects the aspirations of millions of its youth, but also offers practical ways cautionary insights and lessons for the broader African Tvet agenda. Under the title Transforming Technical and Vocational Education and Training, Tvet in Africa, Lessons and Evidence from Ghana's Reform Journey, I present Ghana basically as a case study, not as a perfect model, not that we have all the answers, but as a practical example of reform, reinvention, and the challenges that accompany transformation. And I have deliberately framed the topic this way in order to pay tribute to the man we are honoring by this lecture series, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, for his contributions towards shaping the reforms in the country. This is a picture I took from the African Continental Tvet Strategy, and I think it clearly shows the kind of thing that we are talking about. Young people learning skills, and young people using the skills they have learned. Now, demand for skills, Africa's demographic and economic imperative. Africa's demographic trajectory is well known. The continent is home to the world's youngest population, and this cohort will continue to grow for decades to come. This demographic reality can be our greatest asset. Everybody says a population, people are asset, but they can also be our greatest liability if we don't do things right and if we don't do the right things. Youth numbers alone are not development. The real challenge is employability, and that requires skills that are matched to labor market needs. Every year, millions of young Africans leave school with a hope, ambition, and expectation. Yet too many encounter an economy that cannot absorb them meaningfully. The result is rising youth and unemployment, informality, migration pressures, and social frustration. Some, as we know, decide to walk across the Sahara Desert to what they think are promised lands. Others engage in precarious activities as street vendors and temporary workers with little hope of earning decent wages and sustainable livelihoods. We need technicians, artisans, technologists, skilled operators to manage our economies. Across African economies, we still see traditional academic pathways valued more than vocational pathways. This stems in part from the colonial legacies that linked formal education with office work, while hands-on technical work was seen as secondary. Even after independence, this hierarchy persisted. Grammar schools and universities became symbols of success, while technical institutes were perceived as options for those who could not make it academically. In Ghana, this mindset led to certain things. Fragmented oversight of Tvet across multiple ministries, weak progression pathways from Tvet to higher education, under-resourced institutions, outdated equipment, and poor teaching and learning infrastructure. Limited industry engagement and investment in skills training. And finally, poor public perception of vocational careers. Of course, these challenges were not unique to Ghana. the mirrored experiences across much of Africa. What makes Ghana's case important, however, is the deliberate efforts to confront these structural weaknesses through systemic reform. Today, that perception is outdated and indeed is counterproductive, because the future of work, whether it is digital manufacturing, renewable energy, agribusiness, or construction, demands skills that translate into productivity and innovation. Tvet is not a fallback option by any standards. It is the engine of economic transformation when properly governed, funded, connected to industry demand and the needs of the wider economy. It is here that Tvet must assume a strategic role, not as a residual pathway, but as a driver of economic transformation. And so how is the reframing going on? To transform education systems, Tvet must be repositioned from the periphery to the mainstream of development planning. The success of this depends on 4 pillars: governance and coordination, curriculum relevance and quality assurance, industry engagement and work-based learning, and public perception of learner pathways. So from this point, we'll explore how Ghana has approached these pillars. Tvet governance: establishing coherent institutional structures in Ghana. One of the most significant reforms in Ghana has been the creation of a coherent governance structure for Tvet. Historically, Tvet provision in Ghana was very fragmented across several ministries and agencies, including the Ghana Education Service, the National Vocational Training Institute, the Opportunities Industrialization Centers, and others. This institutional fragmentation resulted in inconsistent standards, variable quality, and weak links with the labor market demand. Recognizing the need for coherence, Ghana passed the Pre-Tertiary Education Act 1049-2020. Now, this law established the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Service, the Tvet service, as a corporate body responsible for managing, implementing approved national policies, and overseeing pre-tertiary Tvet institutions across the country. Under this act, all Tvet providers previously spread across 19 ministries, including the GES, Technical and Vocational Education Division, and so on, were realigned under the Tvet service within the Ministry of Education. And this realignment has 2 crucial effects: creates systemic coherence and improves cost effectiveness by reducing duplication and misalignment. It enhances policy implementation and accountability by consolidating Tvet oversight. This move placed Ghana amongst the early African countries to recognize that Tvet requires system-wide coordination, not isolated interventions. For Africa, the lesson is clear. Tvet reform begins with governance reform, Governance is at the heart of Tvet revitalization. Today, Ghana offers prospective students and parents a searchable directory of over 250 public Tvet institutions across its 16 regions. This is a major leap in both governance clarity and public accessibility. There are also some 421 private institutions operating in the country. Over 80% of Tvet in Ghana occur within the informal apprenticeship sector. The establishment of the Commission for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, CTVET, as a regulatory body by Act 1023/2020 was an attempt to regulate, promote, and administer Tvet for transformation and innovation. And let me point out, there's this erroneous impression is that the Commission looks after pre-tertiary institutions. In fact, the law states clearly that they regulate certain things at all levels of education, including University of Education, Winneba. So when you misbehave and they descend on you, they are in their legal right to do so. Tvet and access. Rapid growth in enrollments and institutional coverage. Policy without access is meaningless, Mr. Chairman. In Ghana, strategic reforms have been associated with significant growth in Tvet participation. Before 2017, less than 20,000 new entrants enrolled annually in formal government Tvet institutions. Today, new enrollments have surpassed 60,000 for the 2023-2024 academic year. And overall student numbers in public Tvet institutions, including free Tvet provision, total over 157,000 learners. I thought we would clap for the country. This is just to wake up the sleepy ones. At the same time, the broader infrastructure of Tvet institutions in Ghana has expanded. Now, this picture I took from the MTEF, that's the medium-term expenditure framework for 2024 to 2027, Ministry of Education. And it is a newly constructed Tvet Center of Excellence. This one is at Enyina. And there are several of them all around the country. The 2024 National Annual Progress Report shows there are 790 Tvet institutions nationwide, including 288 public and 421 private providers, all delivering programs across a wide range of sectors. This growth demonstrates that when barriers to access are reduced, including costs, institutional fragmentation, perception barriers, young people enroll in Tvet pathways in significant numbers. The social demand for Tvet education increases not only when barriers to access are removed, but also when the demand for Tvet skills in the economy improves. This happens when enterprises grow and innovate and have to employ more skilled workers to enhance productivity. And I'm glad that there are some industrialists among us. I've already recognized my friend Kofi Klujesin, who was at one point the president of the Association of Ghana Industry. Now we can look at quality and relevance. The issue of the competency-based training and also sector skills bodies. A defining feature of Ghana's Tvet reform has been the gradual shift towards competency-based training. It's a paradigm that focuses on what learners can demonstrably do, they can show that they can do in workplace settings, not merely how long they spend in classrooms. CBT aligns training content with industry-agreed occupational standards, making curriculum design and assessment far more relevant to actual job requirements. To support this, Ghana has established sector skills bodies. These are advisory groups that link industry sectors, such as construction, healthcare, ICT, electrical installation, garment production, and manufacturing, with the Tvet curriculum developers. These bodies help ensure that skills training reflects real economic demand. Although progress is ongoing, with 11 of 22 planned skills, sector skills bodies operational, this approach points to a future where industry and training are jointly responsible for defining and shaping skills. This alignment of skill supply with labor market demand is a cornerstone of effective Tvet systems. CBT has helped address one of the most persistent criticisms of Tvet graduates, that is the lack of job readiness. Industry collaboration and involvement in CBT is a critical success factor. The informal sector integration, a Ghanaian innovation. One of Ghana's most valuable contributions to Tvet thinking in Africa is its explicit recognition of the informal sector. In Ghana, as in much of Africa, the informal economy employs the majority of the workforce. For decades, this sector operated outside formal training and certification systems, despite being a major source of skills transmission through apprenticeship. Ghana's Tvet reform sought to bridge this divide by, one, supporting master craftsmen persons training, introducing standardized occupational profiles, piloting certification for informal apprentices, and linking formal training to the national qualifications framework. This has opened the space for recognition of prior learning for informal sector workers, flexible learning pathways, and modular certifications. So the young people here, if any of you is in informal training, there's hope. This approach acknowledges a critical African reality. Skills development does not begin and end in formal institutions. For Africa, Ghana's experience demonstrates Tvet systems must be inclusive, flexible, and rooted in local economic practices, not imported wholesale from industrialized contexts. Higher Tvet pathways, the issue of the technical universities. A major breakthrough in Ghana's education architecture has been the passage and implementation of the technical Universities Act, 2016 Act 922, which provides for the conversion of polytechnics into technical universities capable of awarding degrees, diplomas, and certificates in technical and vocational fields. There have been subsequent amendments, but these have further strengthened the legal framework by expanding requirements and supporting additional conversions of polytechnic institutions into technical universities. Today, institutions like Accra, Takoradi, Ho, Bolga technical universities provide tertiary level Tvet programs that blend academic rigor with practical skills training, including in engineering, technology, applied sciences, and entrepreneurship. I believe Kumasi Technical University even now has PhD programs. This legal architecture is important because it creates a continuum of pathways for pre-tertiary technical training, from pre-tertiary technical training to higher level skills and applied research, breaking down the barriers between Tvet and university level qualifications. It also provides a logical progression pathway for students from pre-tertiary Tvet institutions while removing the perception of the Tvet track as a dead end. Employability and outcomes, evidence from tracer studies. Mr. Chairman, the purpose of Tvet is not only access or credentials, it is employability, employment, and productivity. Recent tracer studies of Tvet graduates in Ghana show that approximately 70% of Tvet graduates find employment, including permanent jobs and self-employment roles. While this figure is encouraging, it also highlights the continued need for closer alignment with labor market dynamics, better guidance on career pathways, and stronger linkages with industry partners for internships and apprenticeships. But as with everything, it's not always all rosy. It's okay, let me just go on. That despite the meaningful progress, Ghana's experience also reveals challenges. CBT is resource intensive. You all saw the CBT center. If you're going to build 100 of them around, we'll have to find the money from somewhere, maybe from the gold that we are collecting now. CBT implementation gaps. A 2025 skills gap study in the Ashanti region, for instance, highlights that only around 24% of institutions currently deliver CBT exclusively, due in part to infrastructure constraints and limited trainer capacity. The Ministry of Education people are here. As they say, if you want to speak to God, you can pass through the wind. So, Professor Drew, the message is through you. Infrastructure needs. Many training workshops and labs still require modern equipment and technology to mirror workplace environments. Now, trainer upskilling, there is ongoing need for robust continuous professional development for Tvet trainers to keep pace with industry changes. And of course, assessment systems demand a lot of resource, human resource, material resource, financial resource. These challenges reflect what many African Tvet systems face. The lesson for Africa is that CBT systems cannot succeed without investment in facilitators, infrastructure, and quality assurance. Another consideration is that Tvet transformation must elevate the trainer as a professional and not treat them as an afterthought. So the trainers must be well paid, well compensated for the work. I don't know why. Okay. Public perception and social value of Tvet. Perhaps the most difficult challenge Ghana faces, and one shared across Africa, is public perception of Tvet. Despite the reforms, Tvet is still often viewed as inferior to academic education. Parents push children towards universities, even when they are aware that the labor market returns are uncertain. Central to Ghana's reform has been a concerted My Tvet campaign, championed by the Commission for Tvet, initially started by the Council for Tvet, Tvet. And this is aimed at changing societal perceptions about vocational pathways, encouraging learners, parents, communities to view Tvet as a first choice, not a second option. This seems to be very important expression, first choice and second option. I'm sure this is the second or third time you are hearing that today. The establishment of the Commission to coordinate, harmonize, and supervise the provision of Tvet in the country marked an important milestone in the Tvet reform agenda. This shift from seeing Tvet as a fallback to recognizing it as a valid, respected route to meaningful work is just as important as the legal reform. Ghana's ongoing reforms to integrate Tvet into mainstream education, particularly at the secondary level, are steps in the right direction. Africa must collectively confront this cultural bias, for no country can industrialize while despising skilled work. Now, in the process, I have mentioned a number of things that other countries can do in Africa. So I'll present you basically with only a summary. I think they are self-explanatory, so I'll not bother to explain further. So, a few lessons for Africa from Ghana's experience. Our journey, Tvet journey, offers at least the following critical lessons for Africa. Strong governance frameworks are fundamental or foundational to system coherence. Legislation matters, including laws that create institutions, qualifications frameworks, and higher level progression pathways. Competency-based approaches do help match training with real job requirements. Public investment and financing must accompany reform agendas. Access expansion matters as enrollment growth shows responsiveness to policy reform. Industry involvement is non-negotiable for relevance and quality. Tracer data and labor market evidence will strengthen policy decisions. Public perception campaigns can shift cultural biases against Tvet, and higher Tvet pathways in technical universities expand opportunities and status. And the continuous capacity development for trainers and institutions is essential. Mr. Chairman, I now conclude this lecture. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, Tvet transformation is not an experiment. It is a national and continental necessity. It is also a continuing process. Africa stands on the threshold of an industrial future that demands skilled hands, innovative minds, and practical problem solvers. Ghana's experience shows that legal reform, governance alignment, quality assurance, and public perception change can yield meaningful progress. It also shows that reform is possible, but it is also complex, contested sometimes, and continuous. For Africa, the challenge is to adapt these lessons with cultural and economic relevance scaled to our diverse contexts. For one thing, Tvet must no longer remain peripheral. It must be mainstreamed and adequately financed. Let us therefore commit across governments, universities, industries, communities, and youth networks to make Tvet transformation a strategic priority in our development agenda. This strategy would also include a strong partnership between Tvet providers and industry players, facilitated through government policies that provide incentives for the employment sector to collaborate. Let us equip our youth not just to compete, but also to lead in the world of tomorrow. The future of Africa will not be built only on degrees, but by skills. So, Chairman, thank you all very much. Which one is shorter?
Please, let's do it better for Prof. My takeaway, the future of Africa will not be built on degrees, but on skills. Let's do it once again for Prof. The Winds Band will give us something to soothe ourselves, after which my sister will take over, and then we will have some brief panel discussion, and then we move on from that point. Winds Band, take it away.
Thank you very much for the wonderful performance. Edikamfo Ayebiamaye Ampa. We are grateful to you, Prof. Emeritus, for the powerful public lecture you have delivered to us. We are continuing the program. At this point, we are going to have a panel discussion. And to lead the discussion is no other than another son of UEW. He is also a mentee of Professor Anamuah-Mensah. In policy, he has served as key advisor on curriculum at TTEL, contributing to the National Teacher Standards and the National Teacher Education Curriculum Framework. He is a professor at the Department of Social Studies. He led the development of the new senior high school curriculum and was part of the core team that produced Ghana's Education Strategic Plan 2018 to 2030. He engages regularly with GTEC, the National Teaching Council, and the broader agency of the Ministry of Education on teacher education. Ladies and gentlemen, please, the panel lead is a member of ISET and USET and has partnered with UNICEF, the World Bank, and FCDO on education reform across Ghana. Help me welcome Professor Eric Ananga. We can do it better for him as he leads the discussion on integrating policy, academia, and industry perspective.
Good afternoon again, everybody. And we heard the lecture by Professor Tego. He touched on if we will go forward and we will develop, degree alone will not give us what we want. But we would need degree, and you would need the skills. With me to do a brief discussion of the lecture that we just listened to, I'm going to invite three gentlemen in no particular order, but one from academia, one from policy, and one from industry. I want to invite here Dr. Prince Kofi Klujasen from industry. Let's welcome him. Invite Professor Atintonu, Principal, Accra College, who is also the President of PRINCOF, and Dr. Samuel Awuku, who is Education and Development Consultant at the Ministry of TTEL. These gentlemen are going to help us discuss a bit more into the lecture we've just listened to. Gentlemen, before I turn to the panelists on our discussion, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the man in whose honor we are here today and who sits with us in the room, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. Thank you very much. Prof, your presence here means a lot to us. And what we are going to discuss on this panel, because we don't have much time, I have two questions for each of the panelists. And this is how we want to go around it. At the first round, each of the panelists will respond to a question that is particularly targeted towards their area. So Prof. Atintonu will respond to questions on academia related to the lecture we've listened to. Dr. Kuljasen will respond to questions on industry, and Dr. Awuku will respond to questions on policy and practice. So to start, let me start with academia. Professor Tintono, you have the mic close to you. The lecture that we listened to traced education reform journey built on evidence. When Prof. Tego was presenting, we heard a lot. Now, the question is, from where you sit in academia, how central was Prof. Anamuah's contributions to that journey? And what was distinctive about the ideas he brought to Tvet and teacher education?
Right. First of all, thank you. And then let me also acknowledge that I'm one of the products of Prof. Anamuah-Mensah. Very interestingly, by 1999, I left this college, the University College of Education by then, came back as a TA, and we were teaching. And at some point, we said the association. And I remember he probably has forgotten. We said we were not properly paid, and we went to him, and he asked, young man, we don't have teaching assistant association in this university. Better go for further studies. I think I remember that. And I'm happy today. And for me, having listened to the lecture this afternoon, I should think that Prof. Anamuah-Mensah intellectual curiosity or his activities actually reposition Tvet. If you listen to what happened, his work centered on curriculum, and he did that very well. For me, I will speak from the colleges of education as well, that if you look at what we have listened here this afternoon, you notice that teacher preparation has been very central, because he believes that whatever Tvet can do, curriculum can be there. But if the teacher preparation is not aligned very well, then we're not going to achieve the results. Today, among the 49 colleges of education, we have about 9 of them now doing Tvet, which was not the case because it used to be a general program for teachers. So I think he deserves to be acknowledged for that. Now, as you think that, if you ask me precisely what are the concrete things we have done, we have been preparing teachers. What we have not had is what does it mean to measure in terms of standards. It is Prof. Anamuah-Mensah's work that makes it possible for us to have the national teaching standards, and I see amongst us here the registrar, who, as part of that change, we now introduce what teacher license is. Professional, we are preparing our teachers. So it is entirely his work has improved teacher quality, not only in the traditional way of training, also transforming Tvet colleges. So I'm happy that the teachers who prepare in the colleges of education are no longer general teachers, but we have some who specialize precisely. If you take Ata, Education, Commanders, John Bosco, T College, they're all doing serious Tvet. Mampo education. And indeed, let me also add that we were Prof. Anamuah-Mensah worked with TTEL. They decided to transform the teacher education curriculum from first certificate awarding to diploma awarding by 2012. They made sure we had an act by 2012 which positioned them as tertiary institution. By 2018-19, we started to produce degree teachers. And in Ghana today, the qualification to teach in the college is now a first degree, and I think he deserves an applause for that. I remember very well when they were talking about making the colleges to produce a degree, people were questioning, are they prepared to do degree training? He said yes. Beyond that, I think even the staffing of the colleges now has also improved, again, as a result of the work that he has done. So for me, he has done very well, and we are happy to be here today to witness this honor that they are celebrating you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Atintono. I want to move to my extreme right and then speak with Prof. Awoku. So, Sam, looking at where you sit, the vantage position of policy, advice, and work in the ministry, where did Prof. Jophus' work matter most in shaping the reform on Tvet, and what made it stick where it is?
Thank you very much, Eric. You call me Prof since we are in the university as a Vice Chancellor to confer on me a professorial rank before I leave here. I'm still doctoring. I've not crossed that boundary yet because I decided to leave the four walls of the university and go into development. And I've been doing that for the past 16 years. So they've taken the professorship from me. Who am I to start engaging with what Professor Tego has presented and what the work that calling Papa today I know is Jophus has actually done. Policy drives everything, but policy not done properly can be the beginning of many wrong things happening. I will also add that our continent, Africa, can simply be described as a forest full of policies. But when you walk through the forest, you hardly or barely see the fruits or intentions those policies were expected to manifest. Singling out Professor Jophus' contribution to the Tvet area and why it worked the way it should work, I would say very simply that Prof. Jophus has a lab, a Tvet lab. Those of you who do not know, Prof. Jophus has a Tvet lab where his ideas are tried and retried before they come out. For example, the first time I visited him, he showed me his lab where, various things, even baking, a technical institute in the house. So that's where the ideas were coming from. So clearly, policies developed, I use the word engineer, policies that are engineered from practical standpoints, from bottom up, would definitely work. In the absence of that, it will work because they will have what I call, in my work, policy work as commonality capital. And they will not work because there will be commonality deficits. So Prof has positioned his policy work, education reform, within these two, making sure that every individual who matters to be at the table for the policy to be crafted, engaged, and re-engaged are all included. And that made a difference. Again, it was also very timely. And the person he is as well also counts. And that's the reality. But as Prof. Tego presented, there were a few policy issues that came up. The first one is whether our education policies, and specifically Tvet policies, will reproduce inequality or interrupt it and emancipate our young people from social oppression and economic oppression. That came out very clearly. The second one is policies alone will not do the work. Policies must go with real investments. So we take CBT, as Prof mentioned. What has been the investment? That investment, was it from government or from donors? I think Prof will tell us if we ask him. He will say that whatever policy we do, we should be thinking of financing it ourselves. If anybody else comes to help us, fine. Over-reliance on donors to help us implement our policies is a disaster. I think I'll have another opportunity and I can add more to it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yes. So policy alone will not help us. And also you touch on the fact that we are in a kind of ecosystem of several policies in Africa. Now, Dr. Klichison, from where you sit, we want you to tell us something about the relevance of Tvet in preparing young people, whether they are really or genuinely being prepared through Tvet for the world of work. And also if you can touch a bit on how Prof. Jophus' work engage with this question in practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think most of my brothers who are sitting in front here, I've engaged them many years ago, before even the word Tvet came to pass, in trying to give a better foundational thing to this country in terms of what Professor Tego talked about, CBT and other issues. You see, what we are forgetting to realize, like Dr. Oku said, it has nothing to do with money or funding to transform people's blessings in this sector. This university is a great university if you look at the foundation from Kwame Nkrumah till today and what has happened, till today. And you realize that we are always doing policy, no money, what have you. But in the office that I am, only yesterday, I spent the whole afternoon at Tvet headquarters engaging them. Professor Drono, I'm on a project engaging many, we engage Brinkhoff all over the country. Only to realize one thing yesterday. When we left there, I saw a huge building in front of me. They call it the STEM Academy. So I decided to also stop by there to find out what goes on there. Only to find out another shock waves of my life. Why am I saying so? What Professor Tego touched on is the foundational issue we need to address and address now. Degrees are very, very important. So important, but in the Tvet area, they're not very important. What is important is certification. You need to be certified in Cisco, what this major team, Microsoft, or whatever it is, like HSC and others are doing. I've been engaged in this university for some time now. When you go to Agona Swedru here, there are a lot of brilliant teams there. They call them Sakawa boys. Just Agona Swedru here. Those are people whom universities like Stanford, MIT use to transform Silicon Valley. I grew up in California. California was a gold rush, country many years ago. Today we have Galamsey boys going around. Are they really Galamsey or is Noko fuel that they want? Talking about Professor Tego's presentation again, and the vision of the Vice Chancellor, who is a technologist in this school, I believe that what we can do must be foundational. If you put up a huge building called STEM Academy at East Legon, a prime location, and no laboratories in that STEM Academy, not even one in that academy. I don't know, I'm not a professor, but I don't know where we are going with that kind of vision. If you have Tvet, 276,000 children in Tvet, as I was told yesterday, about almost 15,000 teachers and lecturers, and then they don't even have one laptop, one ICT instance in many of the, not even internet in any of the schools. I don't know where we are going. I believe that, look, in this school here, I did a lot of research here. I came here one day and I went to the Start campus. There is under the tree there, all the kids were trying to hustle on laptops. There's no Wi-Fi. So I got my engineer to bring something to install something. It became a different change in the environment. You see, look, this school, the amount of money that the children in this school use on data is much, much more than the tuition that you collect here. Last week I was in Qatar to meet the whole education people. I was even surprised that the law in Ghana says that the high school children should not take phone to the schools. But the children informed me that they spend about 200 cedis a month on data alone as secondary school or SHS children. I told the president at the Economic Forum, and also I chaired the Education Forum in home, and I brought most of these issues out. Namely, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, all that you have done before and the foundation that you have laid, let's try to start practicalizing it. I don't want to hear about there's no money. Me, my father died when I was 11. I didn't even go to secondary school, but here I am. This is my story. I've been working with Professor Drew and everybody. Let's fix it. It's not difficult as presented to us Professor Anamuah-Mensah's, this is birthday. It's not a national day. But here, look at the crowd. So I think that employment, the Minister of Communication wants to lay a Tvet foundation. And he said, I want to train 1 million coders, 1 million coders. I got touched and I moved in. I brought many people from the Cisco, Google, Starlink to meet him. What exactly is your vision? Samiyaku said, well, what do you want to achieve? Let's fix it. He went round. And he said, well, we think you cannot do it in silos. Let's go to the universities. By the time every university child graduates from a school, they must also have a CBT or tech certification. That is the way to go. Because Ghana, when I was AGI president, we fought and brought a policy that Ghana is the headquarters of African continental trade. The whole Africa. Business must start from Ghana. Everybody must be headquarters in Ghana and do the rest in Ghana. Why? Because Ghana has a big problem. Africa has a big problem. Why? For big companies to come here in technology, technology is not technical. It's an intellectual property right. So therefore, they need to be able to get in through, but they need to meet 54 presidents, 54 regulators, 54 employment people, 54 universities. And most of you are very frustrated as vice chancellors. But I want to encourage you at this Professor Anamuah-Mensah's, birthday celebration. Let us fix it. That is the word I know how to fix it. So by fixing it, things will start happening. Look, today you don't need to get a major employment. You can sit here with a whole laptop, whatever it is, and get $10,000 a month, sitting at any village, which you call online or online work. The forefathers or celebrators, like all of you here, I really celebrate you. I'm not from the academia or the politics. I have a party that I belong to in Ghana here. I don't belong to NDC, I don't belong to NPP, but I belong to MMP, Money Makers Party. That is bad. So let us create jobs. let us empower our children. Let us give them tools to work with. Certification in addition to their degree so that they are employable for industry to hire them. Thank you.
Okay, so before you put your mic down, just give us one last word. Considering industry and practice and education and where we are going, what needs fixing urgently? What should we do?
You see, education is industry. Okay. Now, when you go through the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, I want to give a very big lecture there, about a few years ago on corruption in Africa, and also M-Pesa in Kenya, which is the mobile money stuff. My vision, my view at that lecture was that Africans are not corrupt. I don't believe in corruption. Because my question is that who is a corruptee, who is a corruptor? If you bring money to Professor Drew and then you put it in a US bank, is he corrupt? The answer is no. You see, industry is education. Look, I told us in Hini, for instance, if you take the whole of Ashanti region, it's like California, 6 million citizens in Ashanti. So let's transform Ashanti region to Silicon Valley. We are working on it, beginning on it, so that we can transform Ashanti region to Silicon Valley. Why? You see, a lot of the things that are gold. Props, look at the value of the gold. It's not more than $20 billion revenue for Ghana. Elon Musk alone, who is from South Africa, is worth trillions. So I think that the issue that we should start changing our mindset from education to industry, because that's what you are. You are producing the people for our industry. So that we can bring back, major companies who have foundational money for tech, for the educational area, not the donors alone. I met some people at the Master, the other day at TTEL. The boys came from California. They brought some money. My professors want to see the Minister of Education. They're having difficulties. But the young one from California has met the Minister of Education. And they brought tech to the village. They take pictures and then they go and raise more money. So I was asking them, so how come we cannot do so? So I think harmonization of education and industry as the key. Let us begin the journey so that we can bring Ghana, the top as it used to be. Look, Dr. Kweno, myself, all these people, I brought Dr. Kweno, I brought Keno Foriata when the opportunity came.
All right.
See, so the issue of stock exchange, you have great people here. And my message today is that let us, for the next 24 months of this government, start the transformation process, creating more avenues, more jobs. Look, when I was one of the professors I met just the last time, I brought a major meeting with all your professors here on virtual. So I ask a question here. Do you professors also go to big IT conferences to make a speech? And then are you certificated? Are you reported in the media? The answer is no. KNUST, if you look at KNUST, look, KNUST is great. We look at, Oforichrome, Ejisu and Konongo. It's a huge transformational area. The professors are trying, but the policymakers, as you said, I think we should suspend the policy and see what we can do. Look, I told the universities, at the Education Forum, look, Legon is paying $250 school fees. Okay. But the accommodation is $800. $800 for hostel fees, but the school fees is $250, 2,500 cedis.
All right.
So harmonization of these issues, let us put a committee together and fix it so that the professors, they start suffering and go back to the base of Professor Tego, CBT, Tech, Tvet. It's what we need in Ghana here right now so that we can bring the boys from the Galamsey area so that they can get certification and send them overseas. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. So, in 1 minute, Dr. Uku and Prof. Atintono. First, Dr. Uku, tell us in 1 minute, tight 1 minute, if you have any policy advice or something about intent and implementation with regards to what Prof. Anamuah has done, what do you think we should insist on in 1 minute? In fact, you can do it 30 seconds. And Prof. Atintono, which part of Prof. Jophus' vision or work in Tvet or teacher preparation do you think academia has still not taken seriously, and what needs to change? 1 minute. Start.
Thank you very much. I think Prof. Jophus Anamuah-Mensah came from academia. For me, ours is research, and this research must be evidence-based. Where we are, if we listen to the presentation this morning, there are still gaps. We need to know what research or board of research do we have in Tvet that can inform things. Because I was not happy when the statistics shows that 70% are able to leave the technical institutions and they get. What about the 30%? You go to our technical universities, I think we must be on ourselves, still doing things in the so we need to produce of research that can inform the policy and make sure we transform the Tvet space. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I'll put it this way. If Professor Jophus is to advise Minister today about Tvet, what are some of the key things that he's likely to say? One, he will ask us to focus on values, a value-driven Tvet, a value-driven CBT curriculum. That will be the first thing. Because if you do not have people of high values, integrity, honesty, they will be short-charging us. Even to the extent that their own measurement they'll be doing on the wall, there'll be gap when they finish constructing it. Because 2 bags of cement will be moved somewhere. So that's the first thing he will say. He's likely to also tell us to focus on foundational learning. We talk about informal sector. Can they measure? They are sewing for you. Will they fit you? So those core skills, foundational skills. So he will ask us to make sure foundational learning does not stop at age 10, but cut across the whole system, even up to university level. The third thing that Prof is likely to tell us to do is to make sure our government are devoting a lot of money for Tvet. Regulatory systems must work. Governance systems must be allowed to function effectively. The systems must work for Tvet to work. I have 30 seconds more, so I'll continue. He will tell us that we should not do policies for doing policy's sake. Policies must be done with intentionality. And the final thing that Prof will tell us that next time we want to adopt anything like a CBT, let's check our smoothness level. We don't have the industries. So probably we should develop community-based industries. The last time we tried, one district, one factory failed, or likely failed, or maybe I don't know. So Prof will insist that next time we want to think about anything CBT, we should think about community-based industries or cottage industries to be able to absorb the student to do their work experience learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Oku, Dr. Krojesen, Prof. Atintono. Thank you, panelists, so much. I think the discussion coming shows that there is a lot more that we need to discuss, and there's a lot more we need to act on. Maybe our universities and our institutions must start opening space to have more of this kind of conversations so that we get to hear from those who are writing policy, those who are implementing, and those who are training. We thank you so much for being on the panel. And then thank you, though we've eaten a bit into a time, thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists, for the insightful panel discussion we've had. We know that next time in a subsequent lecture, if you are putting together mentees of Prof. Anamuah-Mensah to do panel discussion, we will give them a longer time. Thank you. And please let's acknowledge the presence of Nananom from Ejumako Traditional Council. Nananom, please give us a wave. Oh, thank you. Yadawana CP. We also have students and the head of Grace Hill School of Technology, KIPCOS, who are also here with us. Thank you very much. It's an institution owned by Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. We also have Mr. Ernest Amuakon from National Youth Authority. Mr. Amuakon, thank you very much. All the way from Sierra Leone, I've already introduced the Vice Chancellor. We also have the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Ernest Bai Koroma University of Science and Technology, Reverend Professor Enoch T. Ayotum, or Aitium. Forgive me if I didn't get the name right. Thank you very much. At this juncture, we are calling on the Programs and Communications Lead of ESDEF Foundation Africa. She is also a founding member of ESDEF Foundation Africa. Please let's welcome Ms. Sarah Osei as she takes us through the way forward and summarize the program.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Nana Chair, please, I would like to also stand on the existing protocols. We've had an insightful part one, and as we bring the part one to a conclusion, we pause to reflect the rich insights that have been shared this morning. The maiden lecture and reflections that followed have reaffirmed that the transformation of Tvet in Africa is both urgent and necessary. Several important themes have emerged. First, we have reminded that Tvet reform is not only about expanding infrastructure or introducing new programs. It is fundamentally about relevance, aligning education systems with economic realities, technological change, and the aspiration of young people. Second, skills development must be understood within a broader ecosystem. Effective Tvet demands on strong foundational learning, well-prepared instructors, meaningful engagement with industry, and policy environments that encourage innovation and flexibility. Today's discussions have reminded us that dignity matters. Africa's future of work will be shaped not only by the opportunities available, but by how societies value competence, creativity, and entrepreneurship. When skills pathways are respected, young people are empowered to contribute confidently to national development. Another powerful thread running through the conversations this morning is the centrality of partnerships. Governments alone cannot transform education systems. Universities, industry, civil society, and development partners all have essential roles in building responsive and resilient skills ecosystem. This is precisely why platforms like this public lecture matters. At ESDEF Foundation Africa, our work has consistently been guided by the belief that dialogue must lead to collaboration, and that collaboration must ultimately lead to implementation. Through initiatives such as the Africa Regional Conference and Exhibition on Education and Skills Development, we have sought to convene diverse actors around shared challenges and shared possibilities. The institution of this annual public lecture extends this commitment. It provides a focused intellectual space for examining reform experiences, generating actionable ideas, and sustaining continental conversations on the future of Tvet. To strengthen continuity, intellectual integrity, and broad ownership, an international steering committee comprising eminent leaders from academia, public policy, industry, and development cooperation has been constituted to guide themes, partnerships, and policy-oriented outcomes. Beyond dialogue, this platform will now be anchored within the Jophus Anamuah-Mensah Africa Tvet Transformation Program. It's an implementation architecture designed to translate thought leadership into practical action across the continent. Through this framework, JAM Fellows will support innovation, research, and institutional collaboration, while country nodal points will enable contextual adaptation and sustained national engagement. The public dissemination lecture notes will further ensure that insights generated here remain accessible to policymakers, educators, and practitioners across Africa. Importantly, today's reflections also reinforce that Africa's transformation must remain evidence-driven. Continued investments in research, data systems, and innovation pilots will be essential as will responsiveness to emerging trends such as digitization, green transitions, and evolving forms of work. Looking ahead, several pathways for collective actions are clear. We must strengthen collaboration between training institutions and industry to keep learning practical and future-oriented. We must invest in the professional development of instructors who sustain skills transmission. We must expand opportunities for entrepreneurship, apprenticeship, and innovation ecosystems. And we must continue advocating for policy environments that elevate the status and attractiveness of Tvet across Africa. In honoring Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah today, we are reminded that educational transformation is sustained not by isolated initiatives, but by enduring communities of practice. His legacy challenges us to think long-term, to remain intellectually honest, and to pursue reforms that are both ambitious and grounded in context. This lecture, therefore, marks the beginning of what we hope will become a respected continental tradition for reflection, partnerships, and action. We look forward to deepening engagements with governments, universities, development partners, and industry actors as we translate the insights from today into practical programs and collaborative initiatives across Africa. Within these reflections, we now transition to the next segment of our program, where we turn our collective attention more directly to celebrating a lifetime of leadership, service, and intellectual contribution. Thank you.
Sarah, please come, and Sarah, please come, let's start the celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Madam Sarah Osei for this wonderful delivery. Celebration has already started, and Dr. Klugerson, he said he belongs to the money-making party, not any other, MMP. And in fact, I'm going to register and be a card-bearing member of your party. Before he stepped out of this very discussion, he has resolved, and that notice has been given to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Education already, that he will like to celebrate Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah by installing a digital internet K-Link Wi-Fi at the Jophus Anamuah-Mensah Conference Center, right here in the University of Education, Winneba. And you know why? It is in support of foundational CBT technology for digital transformation for Tvet education in Ghana. Please let's do it better for Dr. Klugerson. So that is moving us straight into the celebration, ma'am. Thank you very much. It's moving us straight to the part 2, as was mentioned. And the very first item we have on the part 2 is reflections on the life, leadership, and legacy of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. We've been taught how to pronounce the name correctly, so let us all take it Jophus Anamuah-Mensah and not Jophus. Thank you very much, as Professor Tego taught us right here. First on the list is from the University of Education, Winneba, and I invite the registrar, Mrs. Abedi Boafo, to read for us that very reflections of our own, who took us from the University College of Education into University of Education, Winneba. Please let's put our hands together for the Registrar of the University of Education, Winneba.
Nana Chair, please permit me to stand on existing protocols to present a reflection on the life and legacy of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. In fact, for UUW, we would require a separate ceremony to talk about the life and legacy of Professor Anamuah-Mensah. However, we would attempt to summarize for the sake of the time available. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite us to take a brief but important pause for reflection. Institutions such as University of Education Winneba do not just evolve by chance. They are shaped by individuals whose vision leave a lasting impact. It is in that spirit that we reflect on the work and legacy of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah's tenure as Vice-Chancellor marked a turning point in the university's evolution from a modest university college into a bold, purpose-driven institution with a clearly defined national and continental mandate. What distinguishes his leadership is not merely institutional growth, but institutional clarity. At a time when many universities sought to diversify into everything, Prof sharpened UUW's identity as Africa's premier teacher education university. He understood that relevance in higher education is not achieved by imitation, but by focus. Under his stewardship, the solid foundation for UUW was laid, and most of the strides that the university has made is as a result of the seed that was sown. Today, as a university, we stand here to honor the life and the legacy of a hero, of a man who has a pleasant personality, very hardworking. He championed Tvet transformation in Africa. He was a mentor. He had a nurturing of the staff of the UUW at heart. He was very passionate about gender issues, and he intentionally made efforts to develop the staff of UUW. In reflecting on this legacy, one is left with a simple but enduring insight. Strong institutions are not accidental. They are the result of deliberate vision, disciplined leadership, and commitment to purpose. Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, UUW celebrates and acknowledges your selfless sacrifices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Registrar, University of Education, Winneba. We will take a reflection from the Registrar of the University of Cape Coast. Please, let's give the person a round of applause. We can do it better. For the Registrar, University of Cape Coast, if Miss Noshi Idisa is around, please, Miss Noshi, kindly give us your reflection on behalf of TTEL. Please, let's welcome her. Let's welcome her. We are doing the reflections within 2 minutes from all other institutions. So please, with all due respect, looking at the impact Prof Anamuah-Mensah has had on your life and that of your institution, if your reflection is about 10-15 minutes, kindly try and summarize for us. Thank you.
Nana Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to respectfully acknowledge all protocols observed. It is a profound honor to stand before you today, representing the entire Tvet family, our subscribers, board members, key advisors, management and staff, on this truly special occasion. We gather not merely to mark an event, but to celebrate a life of purpose, a legacy of transformation, and a towering contribution to education in Ghana across our continent. At Tvet, we hold an unwavering belief that Prof. Jophus Anamuah-Mensah deserves not only recognition, but enduring celebration. This annual lecture is a fitting tribute to a man whose life's work has fundamentally shaped how we think about education, leadership, and national development. As the founding board chair of Tvet, Prof. Jophus did more than provide guidance. He laid a foundation grounded in integrity, intellectual rigor, and an unshakable belief in the power of education to transform societies. His deep technical expertise, combined with his humility and clarity of purpose, has left an indelible mark on our organization. But perhaps what stands out most is his vision, a bold, unapologetic Pan-African vision, a vision that compels us to look beyond borders, to collaborate across nations, and to build education systems that are relevant, inclusive, and responsive to the aspirations of African people. It is this very vision that continues to guide Tvet and our work towards establishing a network of national institutions across Africa, supporting governments in delivering meaningful, system-wide education reform. In many ways, we are walking a path that Prof. Jophus helped to chart, often ahead of his time, but always grounded in purpose. When we speak of Prof. Jophus, we speak of a pioneer, one who expanded the frontiers of technical and vocational education and training in Ghana, and whose influence has resonated across Africa. Through initiatives such as TESA and his broader contributions to education policy and practice, he has consistently championed an education that is practical, transformative, and deeply connected to the realities of our society. His work reminds us that Tvet is not a second option. It is a strategic imperative for national development, youth empowerment, and economic transformation. Prof. Jophus, on behalf of the entire Tvet family, we express our deepest admiration and heartfelt gratitude. Your life's work continues to inspire us, not only in what we do, but in how we choose to do it, with integrity, with courage, and with an unwavering commitment to impact. You are a mentor, a visionary, and indeed a hero to us. As we celebrate you today, we also celebrate the countless lives you have touched, the institutions you have strengthened, and the future you have shaped for us. We wish you a very happy birthday. May the Almighty continue to bless you with strength, wisdom, and good health, so that your life continues to guide generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are still celebrating Professor Jophus. Happy 79th birthday, sir. At this juncture, we will call on Dr. Hansen Obri-Yeboah, Accra Technical University, to give us the reflection. Doc, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know Prof taught us summary, so I'll do my very best. On existing protocol, Nana Chair, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's both an honor and privilege to stand in front of you on behalf of my Vice Chancellor to pay a glory tribute to an exceptional scholar, a visionary leader, and a true son of Africa. We in Accra Technical University, we deeply appreciate your lifelong dedication to advancing technical and higher education. Prof, your work aligns with our mission to produce graduates who are not only skilled, but also transformative agents in our society. Today, we do not merely honor your past achievements, but we continue to celebrate a continuing legacy that you've left and you are leaving. The challenge that we boldly think, act, and responsibly do things meaningful to African transformation agenda. Prof, your work stands very tall as a beacon of hope and inspiration. Your legacy will continue to guide generations to come. On behalf of my Vice Chancellor, management, students, staff of Accra Tenka University, we say a very big thank you. For your immense contribution to African transformation, we honor you. We are proud of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hansen Obriyeboah. Prophet Tintonu. Oh, I thought he was going to say he had already said it when he was doing the panel discussion. Please, let's clap for him as he reflects on behalf of Prinkoff. You can do it better for Prophet Tintonu.
I think you gave 2 minutes to Accra Technical University. I'm representing 49 colleges. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here to stand on behalf of the 49 colleges of education across Ghana to present a goodwill message in honor of the legacy work of Prof. Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. Prof. Anamuah-Mensah's life exemplifies the enduring truth that education is the most powerful instrument for national transformation. His contributions to Ghana's educational landscape, and particularly in teacher education, remain both foundational and far-reaching. Prof belongs to a generation of scholars who understood that quality education of a nation can never rise above the quality of its teachers. Consequently, his work consistently focused on strengthening teacher preparation, improving pedagogical standards, and ensuring that educational reforms were grounded in both research and contextual realities. His leadership roles, especially within the University of Education, Winneba, and the broader educational policy space, were marked by clarity of vision and intellectual rigor. Prof. Anamuah-Mensah is a visionary thinker and one of who engaged critically with policy, interrogated practice, and insisted on coherence between theory and implementation. Within the College of Education ecosystem, we continue to feel the direct impact of Prof. Anamuah-Mensah's vision and work. His advocacy for improved teacher education structures, curriculum relevance, and professional standards helps shape the trajectory of teacher education in Ghana today. Throughout his academic and professional life, Prof understood that teacher education must not be static. Rather, it must evolve in response to changing societal needs, emerging pedagogical insights, and technological advancement. In this regard, his contribution even up to now continue to resonate strongly with contemporary efforts to reposition college education as centers of excellence for teacher training. His consultancy work with TTEL Ghana has focused on building the capacity of college lecturers to produce reflective practitioners, critical thinkers, and agents of social change, of which we are very proud of him, and we want to thank him for all what he has done and where the colleges are today. One of the most remarkable aspects of Prof. Anamuah-Mensah's scholarship was his insistence on contextual relevance. He recognized that education in Ghana must speak to Ghanaian realities. Our indigenous languages, our cultures, our socioeconomic conditions, and our values as Ghanaians are things he insists on. He resisted the uncritical transplantation of external morals and instead advocated for educational frameworks that are logically grounded, yet globally informed. This intellectual posture remains instructive for us today, particularly as we navigate questions of curriculum reform, language policy, and inclusive education. For those of us working in teacher education, his legacy challenges us to rethink how we prepare teachers for multilingual, multicultural classrooms, and of course, the Tvet education, which we have just listened here. Lessons for the present and the future. As we honor his legacy, we must also ask what it demands of us. First, it calls for commitment to excellence. In a time when the educational system faces increasing pressures, we must uphold the highest standards in teaching, research, and scholarship, and leadership. Second, it demands intellectual courage, the willingness to question, to innovate, and to engage critically with policy and practice. Third, it reminds us the importance of teacher education as a national priority. If we are to transform our educational system, we must invest in the preparation of our teachers. Finally, it calls for continuity of vision, which it stands for. Legacies are not preserved through words alone, but through action. The best way to honor Prof. Anamuah-Mensah, as we gathered here, is to do what he stands for. On that note, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Atintonu, for representing the 49 colleges. You did so well. At this juncture, I'll be introducing the representative of the Municipal Chief Executive of the Efutu Municipality. Please, if you are here, kindly give us a wave. The representative of the MC, please let's clap for him. Joining us now is also the Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba, Professor Mrs. Esther Yeboah-Danso-Redu. Prof, you are welcome. There is also a representative of the Lagos State University who is here on behalf of the Lagos State University to deliver their reflection. Please, let's clap for Mr. Collins Ewuku. Oh, you can do it better for him. He's not coming as an MC, but representing Lagos State University.
Sheila, you have lifted me, but I'm a Ghanaian. I have this duty to read this goodwill message on behalf of the professor from the Lagos State University, Professor Peter A. Okebukola. Goodwill message. Distinguished scholars, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply honored to send this goodwill message on the occasion of this important public lecture held in honor of my dear friend and esteemed colleague, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. This gathering at the University of Education, Winneba, and most fittingly in the conference center that bears his name, is not merely a celebration of a remarkable individual. It is a profound recognition of a life wholly devoted to advancement of education in Ghana, Africa, and the rest of the world. Professor Anamuah-Mensah stands tall amongst the leading lights of science education on our continent, having made enduring contributions to teaching, research, policy, and institutional development that few can match. Over the years, I have had the deep privilege of knowing Jophus not just as an accomplished academic, but as a visionary leader and a man of uncommon integrity. His work has shaped generations of educators across Ghana and the wider African continent. His role is strengthening teacher education, promoting science and mathematics learning, and driving meaningful educational reform, which reflects a career lived in purposeful service. This lecture series is a most fitting tribute. It invites us to reflect on the values he so consistently embodied: excellence, service, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to the transformative power of education. I am confident that conversations and insights emerging from these events will further energize our collective resolve to elevate education across Africa. As we celebrate Professor Anamuah-Mensah today, we celebrate the ideals he represents. May his legacy continue to guide young scholars, educators, and leaders in their pursuit of knowledge and service to humanity. I warmly congratulate the organizers, in particular the SDEF Foundation Africa, under the distinguished leadership of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, for his thoughtful and timely initiative. It is the kind of gesture that reminds us that great lives deserve great honor. Please accept my warmest regards and best wishes for successful, enriching, and impactful events. Thank you.
You can do it better for the representative of the Lagos State University. As we are in Nigeria, we are crossing over to Sierra Leone. Let's welcome Reverend Professor Edwin J.J. Momoh, the Vice Chancellor of Ernest Bai Koroma University of Science and Technology. Please acknowledge him.
Nana Chair, as they say in Rome, do as the Romans do. And I will kindly ask that you permit me to stand on the existing protocols as I deliver my goodwill message. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to extend warm greetings on behalf of the Ernest Bai Koroma University of Science and Technology community, the Conference of Vice Chancellors and Principals of Sierra Leone, and the Ministry of Technical Higher Education, led by Honorable Dr. Hajat Ramatulai Wuri, the Minister. It is an immense honor to be a part of this esteemed gathering today, where we come together to commemorate the remarkable life and enduring legacy of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. As a pioneering educator and reformer, his insight and vision have left an indelible mark on how Africa approaches critical areas such as skills development, institutional leadership, and the broader national transformation. His innovative ideas have shaped educational policies and practices across the continent, encouraging a re-evaluation of existing frameworks to better equip individuals and communities for the challenges of the modern world. Today, we reflect on his contributions and the transformative impact they continue to have on the future of education in Africa. This lecture has offered us an important intellectual platform for reflection on how technical and vocational education and training can become a true driver of inclusive economic growth across the continent. At the Ernest Bai Koroma University of Science and Technology in Sierra Leone, we strongly identify with this vision. As a science and technology-focused public university, we are committed to advancing applied learning, innovation, and practical skills development that respond directly to national policies and emerging industry opportunities. Sierra Leone, Mr. Chair, is currently experiencing a significant period of reconstruction and development characterized by efforts to enhance institutional capacity and implement forward-thinking reforms. Both government officials and community leaders are increasingly acknowledging the vital importance of fostering innovation and entrepreneurship as key drivers of economic growth. Furthermore, there is a concerted push to integrate competency-based education into the national framework, ensuring that citizens are equipped with the practical skills needed to thrive in the competitive global economy. This comprehensive approach aims not only to revitalize the economy, but also to create a sustainable foundation for long-term progress and resilience within the country.
It is in this context, Nana Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, that collaborative South-South cooperations and partnerships are increasingly important. They enable African universities and institutions to exchange experiences, strengthen capacity, and co-create solutions grounded in our realities whilst remaining globally competitive. We are therefore encouraged by the existing partnership between the Ernest Bai Koroma University of Science and Technology and the Education and Skills Development Foundation Africa, which reflects a shared commitment to strengthening technical and vocational education and training, innovation-driven learning, and skills development for economic transformation. Our participation here today in this lecture depends this engagement by providing a valuable platform for thoughtful leadership, institutional cooperation and collaboration, and renewed momentum around practical, industry-aligned education. Platforms such as the Jophus Anamuah-Mensah lecture demonstrate the power of convening ideas, building trusts across borders, and inspiring purposeful cooperation. They remind us that universities must not only generate knowledge, but also translate that knowledge into solutions that improve livelihoods and expand opportunities. On behalf of the Ernest Bai Koroma University of Science and Technology, I do wish to express a sincere appreciation to ESDE Foundation Africa and its international partners for the opportunity to participate in this important lecture and to be a part of a growing continental conversation. As we honor a remarkable education statesman today, let us also be reminded that Africa's transformation should not only be written in policy documents alone, it must be built in our laboratories, in our classrooms, in our communities through partnerships, and that will turn vision into value. Thank you for the incredible opportunity to join this history-making event. Your attention now sets the stage for the transformative experiences that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rev. Prof. Momo. We also have Mr. John Appiah to give reflections on behalf of AIMS Ghana. AIMS Ghana. Oh, please give it up for him. Mr. Appiah, as you are coming, remember we have 2 minutes. Prof. Momo came with a flight from Sierra Leone, so we extended his time. 2 minutes.
Nana Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate a life that has become a beacon of inspiration in Ghana's scientific and educational landscape. Professor Anamuah-Mensah stands as a distinguished figure whose contribution to STEM education has shaped minds, institutions, and the future trajectory of scientific advancement in Ghana and beyond. His journey reflects a rare blend of intellectual depth, visionary leadership, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Professor Anamuah-Mensah's leadership has extended into institutional development, where he has played a pivotal role in strengthening STEM education frameworks and advancing research culture in Ghana. His association and work with the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, AIMS Ghana, as a member of the Board of Trustees, reflects his commitment to nurturing Africa's next generation of scientists, problem solvers, and innovators. Through his work with AIMS Ghana, he has contributed to positioning Ghana as a hub for mathematical excellence and scientific collaboration on the continent of Africa. He played a very key role in helping AIMS Ghana to be accredited as a UNESCO Category 2 center. As we honor a man whose life's work reminds us that true leadership is measured by impact, and true legacy is defined by the enduring influence one has on people and institutions. Prof, your contributions to STEM education in Ghana and in Africa is a clear indication of your dedication to excellence. And we at AIMS Ghana are inspired by your work and will continue to purposefully invest in the power of STEM education. We celebrate you today and we wish you long life and good health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will call on Professor George K.T. Odro to give his reflection. He earlier on presented as a representative of the Minister of Education, but he is giving his reflection in his capacity as Professor Odro.
Nana Chair, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I encountered Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah 33 years ago in his capacity as Dean of the Faculty of Education and later Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast. Professor Anamuah-Mensah has proven beyond all doubts that he is a towering figure in the annals of Ghanaian education, a visionary leader whose life's work continues to echo in classrooms, lecture halls, and hearts nationally and internationally. His life journey has been marked not just by academic excellence, but by an unwavering commitment to practical Christianity, translating the Christian principles of love, respect for human dignity, and patience in nurturing minds and shaping the future. As an educator, Professor Anamuah-Mensah inspired and has inspired a generation, including the now Professor G.K.T. Odro, to believe in the transformative power of knowledge. His leadership has been defined by courage to challenge the status quo, an ability to unite diverse voices, and a passion to mentor others into greatness. Under his stewardship, educational institutions have flourished, reforms have taken root, and a new ethos of service and scholarship, particularly in science, education, and Tvet, has blossomed. Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah's legacy is not merely written in policies and publications. It lives on in the countless teachers he has empowered, the students he has encouraged, and the communities he continues to uplift. As my academic leadership role model, Professor Anamuah-Mensah's life reminds me that true leadership is not about titles or accolades, but about leaving the world richer than you found it. True leadership is not about titles or accolades, but about leaving the world richer than you find it. For me, the story of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah is a testament to the enduring impact of purpose-driven leadership, a beacon for all who dare to dream and serve. May God continue to bless you. Uncle Ato Kwamena. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Odro. To round the session of reflections up on the life, leadership, and legacy of Uncle Ato is our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Jobson Mitchell, who is doing that on behalf of Vice Chancellor's Ghana. Please, let's clap for him.
Thank you very much. Vice Chancellor's Ghana's perspective or reflections on the life, leadership, and legacy of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. And I read this on behalf of the Chairman of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana, Professor Richard Amankwa, Vice Chancellor for UMAT. When one is to write about the life, leadership, and legacy of Emeritus Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, one will need to search through the dictionary and the encyclopedia to find words that are higher than the word excellence, to be able to effectively describe his life, his leadership, and his legacy. Emeritus Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah became the chairman of the Vice Chancellor's Ghana several times in his working life and was one of the key pillars who transformed the Committee of Vice Chancellors and Principals into the modern-day Vice Chancellor's Ghana that we are all part now. Together with his colleagues, at the time, he worked hard to project VCG and made it visible, powerful force to reckon with in matters of higher education and shaping higher education policies, not only in Ghana, but in the entire world. As a torchbearer in shaping national and international education policy, he was able to empower Vice Chancellor's Ghana with his own visibility and unique achievements, and made VCG the final reference point for ideas in higher education in Ghana. If you are riding behind such a man, you don't need to work so hard because he's made it for you. As we celebrate his life and legacy, we must also look at the dynamics of his person and learn from the traits that make him such a great man of great service to humanity. He always smiles in the face of difficulty and painful challenges. When people are furious and angry, he gives smile. I'm not sure he has ever issued a blow in his life. He has an exceptional enthusiasm for hard work and works tirelessly when assigned with a duty. He has been in the forefront of transformation of educational curriculum in Ghana for years. This assignment of daunting proportions required hard work, wide research on best practices in the world. He produced excellent results that has shaped the direction of educational systems in Ghana today. A key aspect of his identity is his principle. He is a gentleman, but also highly principled. People who violate his principles may have a different story to tell about him. We cannot celebrate Emeritus Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah without using two key words that defines his life. The two words are determination and perseverance. These two words were the key drivers of his life and his person. But if there is anything we can learn from the life and legacy of Professor Jophus Emeritus Anamuah-Mensah, it is his life of humility and service to humanity. He does not want to be known, but his life work has made him a national hero. May the Almighty God continue to bless him, to protect him, and to grant him good health and long life with prosperity. Professor, happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Before we sing the happy birthday song, we will watch a short video. Team SDF, please let it play.
Professor Anamuah-Mensah, the Learning Generation Initiative would like to congratulate you on the annual lecture today. We also want to thank you for being such a wonderful champion of teachers within Ghana and across the African continent. You should be so proud of your remarkable legacy.
Thank you very much. It was indeed very short. We are grateful. We will call on Professor Mrs. Georgina Ya Ojo, Head of Department of Sociology and Anthropology, University of Cape Coast, to help us present a citation of honor to our celebrant. Please, let's welcome her. We can do it better for her. All the way from Ogwa.
Nanache, ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge, permit me to use the existing acknowledgements. Today is a very special day, yes. It is a special day because often we celebrate people who smoke to sleep. But today, we want to celebrate Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah in life. Daddy, happy birthday. And the day is special also because you are celebrating with your granddaughter, who also celebrates today. Yes. Some men are remembered for the position they held, and some are remembered because their own lives impacted on generations. Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah will not only be remembered for all these, but also what he built and what he believed. As Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, and most profoundly, as a founding Vice Chancellor of the University of Education, Winneba, he did not merely occupy leadership. He exercised it with vision, with integrity, and with unshakable conviction that education is the most powerful instrument a nation possesses for shaping its own destiny. He built a university from its foundation. He advised the government at their most consequential moments. He championed teacher education, not as a policy priority, but as a moral one, insisting always that the equality of those who stand before learners determines the quality of everything that follows. Anache, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah championed Tvet with the same force, believing that the future of work for young people will be shaped by Tvet. At a time when technical and vocational education was too often treated as a second option or choice, Professor Anamuah-Mensah argued consistently, compellingly, and correctly that skilled work is dignified work, that practical knowledge builds nations, and that Africa's transformation will not come from rhetoric alone, but from the hands, the minds, and the capabilities of its people. Yet to know Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah only through his public achievements is to know only part of the man. His service to Ghana was rooted in a life of faith. Yes, he is a very good Christian. He played a leading role in the Catholic Church, carrying the same sense of responsibility into his religious community that he brought to every institution he served. He was equally a committed and prominent member of the Full Gospel Businessmen's Fellowship, yes, both internationally and in Ghana, a fellowship that brought together men of professional standing and personal conviction, committed to integrity, faith with public life. In both, he modeled what it means to be a whole person, not merely a scholar and an administrator, but a man who understood that lasting transformation in education, in society, in human character begins from within. That this lecture, Daddy, is in your name is not just a ceremony. It is a testament of the conviction that the ideas you have spent a lifetime to build in advancing deserve to live beyond any single career, to be debated, deepened, and carried forward by each generation that follows. Happy birthday, Daddy. With a standing ovation, please.
Please let's welcome Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah as he takes the citation. Our celebrant, our birthday man, our gentleman, the man who has never thrown a blow, Uncle Atokwamena. Thank you very much, Professor Ojo, for helping us present the citation to Professor Jophus.
And there's a special confession I need to make. He was at my wedding in far back 1996 at Tema.
The love is deep. Thank you very much. Prof. Jophus, please don't go. We have two more surprises for you. We will call on the Council for Scientific and Industry Research, CSIR, to do a presentation to Prof. Jophus. Please, let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. When you live life not for yourself, but you aim at making the place better than you met it, you deserve to be celebrated.
Distinguished Chair, honest guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege for me to perform this simple yet very symbolic gesture on behalf of CSR College of Science and Technology. Today we celebrate an exceptional leader in Ghana educational landscape, an eminent scholar, and a passionate advocate for Tvet in Ghana and across Africa. Through decades of dedicated service, Prof. Anamuah-Mensah has helped shape education and reform and champion skill development for national transformation and youth empowerment. We are especially proud of this distinguished service as chairman of the board of CSR College of Science and Technology. He is still our board chairman, where his wisdom, guidance, and strategic leadership continue to strengthen our institutional governance, academic excellence, innovation in science and technical education. Professor, these flowers we have here represent our deep gratitude, admiration, and respect for your outstanding contribution to education and to society. On behalf of CCST and the board that you chair, it is my pleasure and honor to present this as our respect. We thank you very much, Prof, for your remarkable service to education and to humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Makapia, for doing the presentation on behalf of CSIR. I also have Madam Sarah Osei from SDEF to do a presentation on behalf of USTED to Professor Jophus.
Prof, on behalf of Professor Frederick Kwekusafo, Vice Chancellor of University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development, we present this to you on your birthday, and his prayer is that you continue to live to enjoy many birthdays. He wished to be here, but he has equally assigned work to do. So, Prof, happy birthday on behalf of Professor Kwekusafo.
Thank you very much. This kente cloth was woven from my hometown, Bonyue. I can see it. At this juncture, we will watch a short legacy video on Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah as he takes his seat to give his remarks on the celebration and the lecture. Please, let the video roll.
He was born in Cape Coast in the central region of Ghana to a fisherman and a fishmonger mother. From a relatively poor background in a deprived area, his education started at the Catholic Jubilee School.
I was born to our parents who had not been to school before, but they were fishermen and fishmonger. And I started my primary school at Catholic Jubilee School in Cape Coast. I moved to St. Augustine's Party School, which is at Beketu, also in Cape Coast. And when I completed, I went to Ghana National College.
Jophus had his secondary education at the Ghana National College and then went on to the University of Cape Coast, where he obtained his first and second degrees in chemistry.
I was in chemistry, so I did my first degree in zoology, chemistry, and education.
At this time, his parents probably did not know that their son was to become a progressive leader, an accomplished academic, an analyst, a writer, a legendary vice chancellor, and a child of God.
So the first degree, some of us were selected to do the honors. So after first degree, I went to secondary college to teach, and then we were recalled to come and do the honors. And we were the first batch of people who actually did honors degree at the University of Cape Coast. And the honors was in chemistry.
By dint of hard work, Jophus obtained a UNESCO scholarship to pursue master's and doctorate degrees abroad.
I got a UNESCO scholarship to study outside, and I chose to go to University of British Columbia, for my studies, which is in the western part of Canada.
In 1972, Jophus met Ms. Beatrice Kujo, who would later become Mrs. Beatrice Anamuah-Mensah, in a shop at Takrady.
I met her in one of the shops immediately I saw that, there's a beautiful lady I would like to marry, And indeed, I told her that yes, I think I was so blunt with that I'm going to marry you, which I had not said to anybody, And she didn't believe me, so she gave me some tough time for a bit.
Jophus Anamuah-Mensah is a lovely father and a disciplinarian. His support has been countless, and his love for his children is endless. After returning from Canada in 1982, Jophus's academic career was to take a different turn due to economic hardship in the country at that time.
When I returned from Canada, and everything was disoriented, so you got to struggle for so many things. I had a mentor, I had somebody who talked to me, and that person was the Vice Chancellor of the university, Professor Dixon. He explained Professor Dixon, and he talked to me as a son, and I'm grateful to him for that. Later on, when I came back to academic life, started doing research and so on.
Following his mentor's advice, Jophus concentrated on his academic work and became a senior lecturer at his alma mater, the University of Cape Coast.
I became the head of department, first the acting head of department, and then I was confirmed as the head of department of science education, and then I became the vice dean of education, and then contested the election to become the dean of education faculty, and then I became the pro vice chancellor of the university.
In 1998, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah became the principal of the University College of Education, Winneba. He ensured that each ethnic group represented on campus exposed their rich cultural heritage to others. It was a healthy period of cross-fertilization of values and love for one another. His open style of administration enabled his counterparts to participate fully in all administrative activities of the university. In the year 2004, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah steered the University College of Education, Winneba, to attain autonomous status and assume the name University of Education, Winneba, to which he was appointed the first Vice Chancellor. Jophus believed in his staff and in his managers. Those whose tempo he knew to be somewhat shaky, he never scolded. He rather inspired them. Jophus galvanized the university with a rich mixture of students and staff with all social class, from the poor to the very rich. The entire student body and workers recognized his immense contribution to the growth of the University of Education, Winneba.
A truly legacy video. Let's put it together for the multimedia team that put this thing together. But time for us to listen to the man that we are celebrating today. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, may we put our hands together for the remarks of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. Please, let's all be upstanding in reverence of him. We are celebrating him, and he is the reason we are all here up to this time. It looks good for me. Thank you very much. Prof.
Oh, please. I was just wondering what other man in the video was me. Nanache, distinguished well, the minister's representative, my colleagues, colleagues in education and industry, all other protocols observed. I'm lost for words now. But Nana, I'm deeply humbled by the generous citation that was read by Jenny, that had just been read by her. To stand here today in the company of such distinguished personalities at a gathering devoted to transforming technical and vocational education and training in Africa is an honor I receive with gratitude and with a deep sense of reflection. My deepest appreciation goes to the representative of the Minister for Education. I hear he is indisposed and could not come. Let me begin, if I may, on a very personal note. What we are witnessing this afternoon, in my own understanding and estimate, is the undeserved grace of God. When I was first approached about this event, I must confess that I was doubtful. I asked quite seriously whether the organizers themselves were certain of what they were proposing, or whether they were perhaps pulling my legs. I even suggested that it might be best for us to shelve this altogether. But they persisted. They kept returning, patiently and convincingly, insisting that I deserve the recognition, citing so many examples and so on. Eventually I yielded, but with one condition. I said, if Christ is in it, then let it be done. If Christ is in this, who am I to stop it? And since then, a question kept echoing in my mind. Is this honor from God? Had God planned this long ago, even before I was born? I do not claim to have full answers, but I'm reminded that in 2008, distinguished scholars, including Ayotunde Gariba and Leslie Irwin, led a group of intellectuals to produce a volume titled Teaching and Education for Teaching in Developing Countries, essays in honor of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. Even then, I felt undeserving. And distinguished guests, I feel the same today. I should be elated by this, but I'm just thinking about the God who made me, who created me and formed me and made me who I am. Looking at what I've done and what I've not done, I can only conclude that God in His mercy continues to pour out His free and abundant grace upon me. I therefore accept this honor not as a personal achievement, but as a manifestation of that grace bestowed through the generosity of SDF Foundation and its partners, University of Education Winneba, University of Cape Coast, Accra Technical University, AIMS, TTEL, and Usted, instead of Amstead, Usted, and Prinkoff. I was reminded that for more than 4 decades, my life has been interwoven with the story of Ghana's education system, its hopes, its struggles, its reforms, and indeed its unfinished business. My journey has taken me from chalkboards to cabinet rooms, from rural classrooms to international conferences, from policy documents to children's books. And through all these experiences, one idea remained constant. Education must serve national development and human dignity, not merely certification. It must open the minds of the youth to the realities confronting their communities and equip the youth with skills and passion to address them. This conviction has guided my work at institutions such as UW, University of Cape Coast, and especially University of Cape Coast, where I started with Science and Technology in Action in Ghana project, and in various national and international engagement. It is also this conviction that draws me so strongly to the theme of this gathering, Tvet transformation in Africa. A very essential ingredient for our upward bound, making sure that we are developing. Ladies and gentlemen, we must be honest with ourselves. For far too long, across our continent, we have structured our education systems in ways that send a silent but powerful message to our young people that diminishes the value of practical hands-on skills. We have unintentionally created a hierarchy where academic pathways are superior and celebrated. The technical pathways and practical skills are of less value, and that success lies in certificates rather than in competence. But reality has a way of catching up with us and correcting our assumptions. Today we are confronted with a paradox. Graduates without jobs, jobs without skilled people. That's the paradox. There are so many graduates, they don't have any jobs. And there are jobs that they cannot find the right people to work with. This is why I wish to state that Tvet must no longer be an afterthought, something we talk about only when university graduates cannot find jobs. It must be a first choice, a respected pathway, and a driver of transformation. What will it take if, even in the universities, students are made to do, those who are doing pure, academic work, to do at least carry one skill, as one of their courses to take? By the time they come out, I believe if they cannot find a job, they create a job for their own. Is this possible? This is something we need to think about. Because I've seen in some secondary school elsewhere where the students, even though they are doing academic work, they are given the time to go and attach themselves to some skilled master craftspeople or industry and learn, and they write reports on that. These are things that can be done. In Ghana, we have made deliberate efforts to reposition Tvet. The establishment of the Council for Technical Vocational Education, as was mentioned in the lecture, marked an early recognition that coordination matters. Subsequent reforms, including Pre-Tertiary Education Act 2020, which established the Ghana Tvet service, have helped bring coherence to what was once a fragmented system. Similarly, the Technical Universities Act has created pathways for progression, bridging the divide between technical training and higher education. These are important steps, but let me be clear. Reform is not the same as transformation. Reform goes beyond transformation goes beyond reform. Transformation requires sustained investment, strong industrial partnership, high-quality teaching and training, and perhaps the most important, a shift in mindset. What we need is that shift in mindset. The old mindset should give way to the new mindset of ensuring that Tvet is the first choice. There is a thought I would like to share, one that I believe speaks directly to the work we are engaged in. In every nation's history, there are moments when progress depends not on loud speeches or dramatic gestures, but on patient thinkers, people who understand the systems, who see far beyond electoral cycles, and who believe deeply that the future is shaped in classrooms long before it is shaped in Parliament. This, I believe, is one of the moments for Ghana and Africa, and Tvet lies at the heart of this. If we are serious about transformation, we must invest in people. We must recognize that no education system rises above the quality of its teachers. In Tvet, this means sustained investment in developing instructors who are both skilled practitioners and effective educators, and in resources required for their work. We cannot just talk about Tvet. We must do Tvet. We must act on it. We must let the young ones see Tvet as a way that they can also, a pathway for them. Not just talking about it. At the same time, we must listen to our youth. I believe they are not afraid of hard work. They are not unwilling to work. Are the youth here? Are you afraid of hard work? They're not afraid of hard work. What they seek is opportunity, dignity, and relevance. This is all that they ask for. If we mainstream Tvet and get it right, Ghana's youth will work with dignity, our economies will grow with resilience, and our development will be powered by our own skills, not skills from outside. This is not a distant dream. It is a practical possibility. If we act with clarity and commitment, we can achieve that. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the greatest challenge we face is not policy. It's not funding. As I've said already, mindset change is so critical. How do people view Tvet? Will I allow my son, my daughter to go into Tvet? Oh, Tvet is, so then they should go to the university, even if you cannot crack the thing. You should just go there. Ladies and gentlemen, Tvet is the reality. It is what is moving the world. And we cannot afford to say no all the time. We need to venture into it. We must come to a point where a skilled artisan is respected as much as a graduate. See, a skilled artisan, a plumber, somebody who can do the POP nicely in your home. He must be respected as much as a graduate. A technician should be valued as much as a manager. And excellence needs to be recognized in every field of endeavor. Until then, our reforms will remain incomplete. Let me conclude by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the Tvet Foundation and organizing committee of this event, the UEW, the Vice Chancellor and management team for hosting this first event, UCC, ATU, USTED, TTL, AIM, Springcove, for your support, my colleagues and collaborators over the years who have inspired me, the many teachers, trainers, and students who have shaped my journey, my family, especially my late wife, and my dear children who have been my backbone. May we give thanks to them for standing behind me. And to Grace Hill School of Technology, that gave me the opportunity to think deeply about Tvet space. When you are not in it, you don't see it. When you go inside it, then you see what is happening. How do we, ensure that we can steer it in a way that will make will turn out to be useful for the youth of this country. Because always policy delays. There could be a policy, but there will be no nothing to show that it's going to be implemented. I remember when this is about early childhood, and I went to the ministry and said, okay, let's start early childhood at Winneba and train those in nursing schools and and other private schools. So we started that, until they started coming out, and then the ministry started thinking about it. Hey, we need to do something. So it's important for us, if there's something that I believe we're doing, we think that is the right way. If there's a way of, getting resources to start it, let us do that. Because for decision makers, it will take time for them to really say that, oh yes, let's go in, and because they are thinking about money, where the money is going to come from. And I believe that, we take the initiative and get things going, and then send the reports to the policymakers. And I believe that they will see that, yes, there's something in it. They want to see results. They want to see the product, so that then they can support it. And to the ESDA Foundation and its partners, again, thanks for this honor. I receive it with humility, but I also receive it with a renewed sense of responsibility, because the work before us remains unfinished. I also extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who has come here to celebrate this birthday. Nana Chair, permit me to end here where I began. If indeed this moment is part of a divine plan, if it is an expression of grace, then it must be a call to continue working, a call to continue serving, and a call to ensure that education, especially Tvet, fulfills its purpose. The future of Africa will not be built by certificates alone. It will be built by skills, competencies, integrity, innovation, resilience, and purpose. Let us all join hands from the training institutions, industry, policymakers, and parents and community in shifting Tvet from the periphery to the mainstream. Long live ESDA Foundation Africa, long live UEW, and long live Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We can take our seats. It is a moment for our celebrant. A display. We celebrate a brave man, a warrior in Tvet, one that is known across Africa and the world, the birthday man, Uncle Atokwamena, Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. It is indeed worth celebrating you. And like you remarked, this is the doing of the Lord. It is written before you were born that a day like this will come. We have searched everywhere and we haven't found none like you. Congratulations for the role you have played in the University of Education Winneba, in the University of Cape Coast, at AIMS Ghana, at SDEF, at CSIR, for all the organizations you have imparted. The Department of Theatre Arts in the University of Education Winneba is honoring and celebrating you with a wonderful and an amazing dance. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Behold, behold the cake of the day. Behold, behold the cake of the day. Well baked and well decorated by the precious daughter of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. Tvet is indeed a family thing. He is training and he is showing example in raising his children in the skill. To help us cut this amazing cake, we will call on Mrs. Ekwa Ballet Mengel and Mr. Eko Anamuah-Mensah. Mrs. Ekwa Mengel and Mr. Eko Anamuah-Mensah. Please let's welcome them as they come together with Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah.
I'm sure you can start giving them a round of applause. A round of applause will do. Please, let's celebrate the celebrants. Let's appreciate them. Whoa.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With all due respect, we will call on the Oman Defe of Efutu Traditional Council, our chairman for today, the Chancellor Neyi Gate, to join the cutting of the cake.
Oh, ho, ho, let's sing together now. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
We will also call Professor Johnson Mitchell
happy birthday
to stand in for Vice Chancellor's Ghana.
Happy birthday.
The CEO of Esther Foundation, Professor Anamuah-Mensah, please join. The representative of the Minister of Education, Professor George K.T. Ojo, please join. It is amazing. God has been good. It is beautiful to behold.
Happy birthday.
Birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
And the beautiful.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. May God bless you now. May God bless you now. May God bless you now. I think it will be ideal for the celebrant to taste the cake. All right. On that note, thank you very much for helping Prof cut the cake. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Please, let's show appreciation. Let's show appreciation.
cake. Please hold on with the cake. The rest of the Anamuah-Mensah family, Daddy wants you to join him upstage and take a picture with him. The family of Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah, please join him, take a picture. Please join. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
T-Tel. Prof, we want to have T-Tel.
T-Tel.
T-Tel. I'm sure they are not. Okay, T-Tel. Any rep. So thereafter, we'll be having the closing remarks by the chairperson. When all is said and done, photographs to be taken.
We will do photographs after we take the chairman's closing remarks. Thank you very much, T-Tel. Thank you, Professor Jophus. We will ask Thank you very much. We will do photographs after the session has ended. Congratulations, Prof. Anamuah-Mensah. Thank you very much, Department of Theatre and Performance. We are grateful to you for the interlude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The closing remarks by the chairperson, please.
Thank you, MC. Distinguished participants in this special event, we are grateful that we've been able to go through this program successfully. We want to thank God for the wisdom bestowed on our celebrant, that today we celebrate him the concepts that he's put forward that have stood the test of time have made it necessary for us to give him this honor. Years back, most of us, above 60, were brought forth with the skills of traditional birth attendants. Today, that practice is virtually ended, and we have skilled, trained midwives who deliver babies in health institutions. We have identified that if we should bring down unemployment, generate jobs, then we need skilled manpower. This is the basis of all this event that we have gone through today. I don't want to say anything that would dilute whatever discourse that has gone on today in this forum, but essentially, we want a situation where poverty in Africa, and for that matter Ghana, will be drastically reduced if our people will be properly trained, and even if they will not take jobs from employers, they will be able to create jobs for themselves. Fortunately, here in Winneba, the Vocational Training Center has been elevated to a technical institute. As I speak to you today, we have committed 50 acres to provide expansion of this institution. I'm told it cuts across board in this country. New dormitories, classrooms, and tools rooms and whatever, including accommodation for teachers. If government pursues this objective, I'm sure we'll go far. But the question is the mindset. Most often, those who don't progress to the university, monko shia de pam, monko shia welding, monko vocational school, as if that is the last option. We want technicians who will fix doors and not turn the door handle upside down. We want technicians who can read manuals and be able to repair gadgets properly. We want technicians who can advise what best is good for a particular situation. And so therefore, it is not those who don't qualify for university that should go to Tvet institutions, but probably the best, so that they can come out and be the best to champion our technological advancement. On this note, I want to thank God for the life of our celebrant, the ideas that he has advanced, that has brought us together today, as for a thoughtful act to honor him. UW providing the opportunity for him to excel in his life. I believe that this discourse should continue, bring all stakeholders together so that Tvet will be championed in this country, and not too soon we can see a reduction in unemployment and better life for our people. Thank you for coming, and thank you for participating.
Please, let's do it better for the chair. He has really capped everything up. We want to get technicians who will not turn the handle of the door upside down. We want to get technicians who will read manuals and set things right for us. This is just the point that we're going to take the vote of thanks from the lead person in communication and programs, Miss Sarah Osei.
Thank you, Mr. Awuku. Before I give my thanks, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Professor Osman Tahiru Damba, Secretary General of the Ghana Commission for UNESCO. Prof, thank you. Today is indeed a great day. We can only say that we've come this far by grace. And we thank God for grace. We thank God for the life of Prof. We thank God for our lives in joining to celebrate and also reflect that we have a duty, a call to make technical vocational education and training a reality, not a second choice, but the ultimate choice. On behalf of SD Foundation Africa and all collaborating partners, it is my honor to express our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who has contributed to the success of this maiden Jophus Anamuah-Mensah Annual Public Lecture on Tvet Transformation in Africa. We are deeply grateful to University of Education Winneba for hosting this historic maiden edition. As an institution so closely connected to Prof. Jophus' visionary leadership, UEW has not only provided a venue, but also given this gathering a profound sense of meaning and continuity. Our sincere appreciation goes to the Ministry of Education and its agencies for their support and leadership, and to UNESCO and other development partners whose commitment to advancing education and skills development continues to inspire collective action. We warmly acknowledge our collaborating institutions, the University of Cape Coast, the University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development, Accra Technical University, Vice Chancellors Ghana, TTEL, AIMS Ghana, Prinkoff, and the many universities, colleges, and organizations represented here for contributing time, intellectual leadership, resources, and goodwill towards making this lecture a reality. Special recognition must go to the two planning committees whose dedication sustained this process over the weeks. We are particularly grateful to the local organizing committee under the leadership of Mr. Kamasa, Director of Publications and Communication at the University of Education Winneba, and to the main planning committee comprising representatives of our collaborating institutions. Your commitment, flexibility, and shared sense of purpose have truly demonstrated the power of partnership. We also wish to acknowledge the staff of SD Foundation Africa who worked tirelessly as a secretariat for this lecture, often behind the scenes, coordinating communication, logistics, and program development to ensure that today's event has been both meaningful and memorable. To our distinguished speaker, Professor Emeritus CMB Tego, moderators, performers, and all contributors to the intellectual richness of this program, we express our profound gratitude. We are especially honored by the presence of the immediate and extended family of Professor Anamuah-Mensah. Your support and encouragement have sustained his journey of service over the decades, and today we celebrate the legacy together. We also recognize former vice chancellors and senior administrators, representatives of civil society organizations, development partners, students and alumni who have joined us from near and far. A special mention goes to Ghana National College. Nananom. Don't be hungry. Nananom. Good. Whose profound tradition of nurturing excellence forms part of the foundation of Professor Anamuah-Mensah's remarkable journey. And I'm proud to say that I have benefited from two Nananoms, the late Nana Francis Alote and then Professor Jophus Anamuah-Mensah. We further extend our sincere appreciation to our friends in the media, print, broadcast, and digital, whose presence here today ensures that the important ideas, reflections, and commitments emerging from this lecture will travel far beyond this hall, reaching communities, institutions, and policymakers across Ghana and the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, today has reminded us that educational transformation is never the work of one institution or one individual. It is the outcome of shared vision, sustained dialogue, and collective responsibility. As we bring this maiden lecture to a close, we do so with deep gratitude and with renewed commitment to advancing education and skills development for Africa's transformation. To our friends from Sierra Leone, our partners across the globe, we thank you. And thank you very much. May the good Lord bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you also for thanking us. Madam Sarah Osei, we are grateful that you put the program together. Time for us to have the closing prayer, and we say, to God be the glory. He's seen us through. It's been a very long journey, but I have come to the end. Reverend, the closing prayer.
Just before we take the closing prayer, I'd like to say that I met Prof. 1991 when he came to St. John's School to observe my teaching when I was on teaching practice. And from there, the discussions and the connection has been there until 8 years later, I came to this university. Shall we please stand as we take the opening closing prayer? How shall we thank God? But just to sing, O Nyame Zayedoso Wadom Tina Yedasi Asidanyina Yewose Jesus Yebeka Zaya Chiraman Jesus Yebabo Uzin Orada Yakochemye Yeraban Kesi. Just say a word or two to God for the life of our Prof. Anamuah-Mensah, whom we're celebrating today. Say something good on his behalf to God, that God will bless him and continue to take care of him in the years ahead of him. And so, Lord, we say thank you for bringing us a successful end. You started with us, and you've brought us to a successful end. We say thank you, O God. We pray that even as we step out of this place, your grace will continue to strengthen us, that we'll be guided by your word, and that our desire will be that all that we do, your glory may be seen. We pray for traveling mercies for all our guests, even as they prepare to go back. Grant them this safe journey, and let your blessings be upon them. And now may the blessings of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you now and forevermore. Amen. Amen. Please be seated.
Yes, the cultural troupe will lead the celebrant and his close family and the guests invited to recess. Please, shall we be upstanding as the celebrants and the close family? The photographs will be outside, where we have the beautiful decorations. So all VVIPs, all guests invited, let's have the photograph outside there. After that, we'll have some announcement to give you. So this one, all guests invited from outside Winneba and within Winneba. Let's go out there for the photograph. Principals, detail staff, all the partner institutions that came, please let's follow the celebrants for the photographs. Please, the photographs outside there, so please let's join them there for the photographs. Yeah. No. Please, all collaborators that came in, you are invited to the residence of the Vice Chancellor for a reception. All collaborators, all guests invited from outside Winneba and Nananum from Winneba. We are all going to the Vice Chancellor's residence for a reception.
Thank you very much. We are taking. Thank you. It is time for us to. It is time for us to take the pictures. Please, we are taking the pictures. Hello?